Hello, everyone. Welcome to Gdansk, Poland, and day number 2 of week number 6 on the ISU Junior Grand Prix. I'm Ted Barton, along with Mark Hanratty, and final event of today is the women's free program. And after the short, for the first time ever on the Junior Grand Prix, a skater from Slovakia is in the lead.
Alyssa Lenilova had a wonderful short program, and she holds on to a slim lead over Japan's Sumika Kanazawa.
Not far behind is Yujie Kim of Korea, Elizabeth de Bern of Switzerland, and Sophie Jolene von Felten of the United States.
All of them wonderful skaters and very, very capable, with 6 points just separating 5th place from 1st.
The pressure is on, and you need to skate clean. 38 skaters from 33 nations. The women's free begins right now. Welcome, everyone, to Gdansk, Poland. Day number 2, final event, the women's free program, coming up as we do a flyover of the Olivia Arena here. It's been the host of Junior Grand Prix for, my gosh, I think I've been here 7 years. Mark?
I think this might be the location that I've been to most.
I think it's the location that almost everyone at the Junior Grand Prix has been to most. And it's been, great organization. It's a wonderful looking arena inside as we take a look at the skating order. Our first skater, Maria Ignacia Castro Brito from Chile, has withdrawn. She'll be the first skater to withdraw in this event. Take a look at the rest of the starting order.
And we haven't got any intel as yet as to the reason for Maria Ignacia Castro Brito's withdrawal, but we sincerely hope that she is okay.
Yeah. And it is a long event. There's no question of that. We take a look taking a look at the start order all the way down. And we've had the pairs establish who is going to Nagoya. Medals will be awarded a little bit later tonight after the women's event. And they will also award the medals for the women.
From Andorra, Andrea Pazazguera.
It'll take one more week before we find the final list in the women's category for Nagoya in the Junior Grand Prix final. If you take a look at the officials, we thank them always for the time that they spend away from home and family to help support these events.
Maria Ignacia Castro Brito has withdrawn due to the medical reasons.
Just confirmation that the ground announcer there explaining that it was medical reasons for the withdrawal from Maria Ignacia Castro Brito, and so we just really hope that she is okay, and we thank her and the team for all the work they've done to be representing Chile on this occasion, and she absolutely deserves, both for herself to have mentioned and for the Chilean Skating Federation for supporting her to this event.
Yeah, and as we mentioned, we've had so many athletes coming now on the Junior Grand Prix from South America. That's been such a great joy to see the sport of figure skating expand around the world.
We've had some questions, you'll be pleased to know.
I know, I saw the list come in. I'm going, did you filter them this time?
Well, I have had a break between events to take a little bit better analysis of the questions. So I will...
I saw you dancing. You were just doing salsa dancing with
isn't
Naomi.
It amazing? We were just getting a salsa lesson. That was actually one of the highlights of this Junior Grand Prix. That was super cool. Amazing. We don't get out much. We stay tuned, attached to the desk. We commentate.
It's true. We don't get out much.
But we did just get a 5-minute salsa lesson. Yeah. I think it was maybe 90 seconds worth of lesson.
But you were good already.
Oh, thanks, man.
Okay,
so questions coming in. People wanting to know about how the ice is resurfaced. Are they scraping and polishing, melting and refreezing, or just adding a thin layer of water?
That's a really good question. I mean, they're scraping and laying the water down. The same. First of all, a number of people come out on the ice and fill the holes with sort of slush. Yeah. And that's the best way to do it, because then it's going to be scraped over. Then it's going to be a thin layer of water on top of that to fill the ruts and the holes with that ice that already packed it in there, and then it'll freeze within 5 or 10 minutes after that. So that's how it's done. All the Zamboni does all that stuff. It just scrapes, and the people fill the holes first of all, then it'll scrape it and flood it all at the same time.
And I think you're capable of driving Zamboni?
I rode on one, didn't you? Oh, you probably never saw that.
Oh, no, I think I
France.
did.
Yeah, I was riding in the back of the Zamboni, and those guys are amazing. They do Olympic Games all the time in Courchevel, but I haven't driven one.
Oh, you haven't?
I'd like to.
Yeah, I'm sure you'd be very good at that.
I think I could do it.
I'd like to do that, because then I feel like I could open the ice rink earlier and get to work earlier.
I promise I'll flood the ice for you.
I'll do the ice for you.
Exactly.
So that's one really good question, which we hope we have made sense of. And actually, I'm very, very conscious of the importance of the Zamboni. There have been many an occasion where I've been at either competitions or shows even, whereby if the Zamboni is broken, it wreaks havoc with the skaters, and skaters can be really quite, well, I don't know if precious is the right word. We can be really particular about the quality of the ice surface, and for the figure skaters, the temperature of the ice surface is really important to our comfort on the ice.
Good choice of words that time. You know,
well,
precious is a little bit strong, but you know, particular.
I wonder if my word choice will remain as eloquent and articulate as we head into the 6th hour of the event.
No, listen, I got my finger on the button all the time here. Shut the mics down if you need to.
Turn them up. You can't, at least now when I'm on site, we can't blame dodgy Wi-Fi signal when I'm silent.
And you know, we will apologize in advance. We will do our very, very best to not make a mistake, to try to pronounce the names the best we can, but we're going to make mistakes for sure. We'll try not to. And it's a long day, so sometimes our mouth just doesn't work fast enough, and you know, it's...
But I am pleased to report that I have just made further connections with Chinese coaches, so hopefully then they don't realize that now, because they've given me their email address and contact details, that I'll be pestering them relentlessly for better pronunciations.
They have no idea.
And we have a growing number of supporters in helping us to pronounce properly.
Yeah. We'll get a better system next year.
And next question, skaters are fans of the sport wanting to understand some of the things that are seen on the score sheet. So when they see plus rep, if you were to see that on a score sheet, what that means is pertinent in the free skate. So a repeated triple jump isn't allowed unless it's in combination, and if that were to happen, the skater who repeats the same jump, say they do a triple toe, and then they repeat triple toe loop again later in the program, if they do not put it in a combination, then they will receive only 70% of the value of the second one. So that's when you see plus rep.
Yeah, you've got to put it in a combination. If you don't, you get dinged 30%.
You get dinged. No, nobody wants that to happen.
No one likes getting dinged.
And then further confirmation of some of the ramifications of rotation issues assigned by the technical panel. If a skater has a Q mark after the jump, so this jump just done, I think that might be an under-rotated jump. If it is a Q mark, that shows that the jump is quarter rotation short, and that forces the judges to give a worse grade of execution. But the base value stays the same. If we say it's under-rotated, and the technical panel have decided that it is under-rotated, then they'd receive 80% of the base value.
And beside that will be like a little reverse V or like a little bracket.
There used to, I heard people calling them carrots.
What, carrots?
Yeah, I don't know if that's a UK thing. Basically, there's a little sidey
Yeah, that would be a UK thing, I think.
Okay.
I've never heard of that one. But you'll see just like a little arrow, in a way, right beside that. If you have two of those, then that's a downgrade.
And that will be then the value of the jump with the less rotation.
Yeah, so if it's a downgrade on a quad, it becomes the value of the triple.
And that, perhaps it's hard to comprehend, but because we've spent so long in the sport, we're really mindful of those implications, and that's why often we'll keep referencing it, because it does have a huge impact.
I mean, there may be little things, but when they add up to 4 or 5 points in a program, makes a difference in the standings, of course. As we get started with 37 women in the free program here on day 2 in Gdansk. Our first skater represents Andorra, Andrea Pazos-Guerra.
And Andrea, struggling with the double axel, she wants to have more rotation. Talking of rotation, that's what she's achieving, or attempting to achieve, as she completes her free skate. Andorran skater Andrea Pazos Guerra completes her free skate, starting the women's free skate event in Gdansk. And Andrea keeping the same program that she used previously, the experience by Ludovico Einaudi. And as I mentioned, she eager to try to secure more rotation on the harder technical element score, but nevertheless, this is a skater that is just as invested as all others. Actually, that's better rotational position. It's still a downgrade.
Yeah, it's still a downgrade. She lands forward. There's the double flip. That was nice. Reaches back for the double toe loop. That was really well executed. Good timing.
And I think, from my memory of Andrea skating in previous seasons, this is a progress in rotational position.
Yeah, and there's the double loop. Free leg gets down, up into the double loop. That was nicely done as well. And then the change combination's been at the end of the program with 3 features. One using a little bit of the center of the spin as he changes feet.
And Andrea, you know, when I watch her social media, she was so happy and proud to be in Ankara and Turkey and promoting her involvement there. And, you know, we speak so often about the importance of the representation. And Andrea and Coach Edgar, you know, hopefully going back now with renewed inspiration, motivation to demand all that they can to secure triple jumps and see triple jumps happening for Andrea and Andorran skating. And we were hearing about other skaters who, you know, did trampoline work, you know, doing as much as possible with the limited resources that they have to try to facilitate.
Yeah, when you want to do something that badly, you discover your own
Make
tools.
it happen.
Yeah, exactly.
We wish them all the very best.
47.48 is Andrea's personal best, or season's best, pardon me. And she'll be happy if she can beat that, and she does with a new season's best of 49.27. First skater out in this event. And she'll finish the competition with a total score of 74.55. Our next skater represents Romania, Andrea Cristina Maria Lazar.
And Andrea, born in Bucharest, hometown of Bucharest, but relocated to the French Alps to train with Laurent Amodio. She wearing a costume befitting of the music she will use, Don Quixote, the track. And we will see now the first triple jump attempts in the women's free skate as she intends to open with triple loop. Andrea Cristiana Maria Lazar skates to the Don Quixote track, and the performance level of Andrea just brilliant. She smiled from start to end, and that final closing upright variation and the change foot combo spin was wonderful. Such extension.
Yeah, she has the presence on ice like a senior in a way, you know, the way she holds herself. And of course, with the technical, she's still working very much on the early stages of triple jumps. As we take a look at the triple Salchow to start, and that was an under rotation and a fall. Here's the double axel, and that it's under rotation in the system, but she stands up on it nicely. And here is the second double axel. Watch the landing. I can see that foot turn on the ice, and that is an under rotation as well. Watch this.
Yeah,
this is cool. Here, and then extends it right there.
Oh, the rotation in the hip. She's got Barbie hips.
Amazing.
Wow. That was cool. And for me, you know, Don Quixote is such a powerful piece of music. And although Andrea is still early developmentally and needs to work so much in many aspects of the sport, I feel it was a good choice for the skaters. We see that wonderful upright variation.
No, it gives it a feeling. You know, she looks great on the ice, and she's got beautiful posture and all of that, and she feels good, right? So the weakness, of course, is still the technical, but the rest of it, you know, really well done.
Coaches Florent Amodio and Dmitry Inyatenko. And then all those that come from the Amodio Academy. So increasingly renowned for their presentation capabilities alongside the great choreography. She pulls her sleeves up, waiting to see what the judges think. And for Andrea, she's in her first junior event ever. This is not just her first junior Grand Prix, not just her first international junior event. This is her first junior competition. So this is a monumentous occasion for her learning.
And she anxiously waits for the scores. I don't have a personal season's best yet from her. This will be it. And you can see she's still smiling and talking about her experience.
And as is often the case in the earlier stages of the event, when the skaters are still more under construction for their technique and their landings, the technical panel having to work a little bit more rigorously to make their way through the 11 elements. And then once that is complete, judges get the chance to input finally on their scores as well. They have to wait to see the assessment of the technical panel on the rotation of the jumps before they can submit their grades of execution and program component scores.
And that's what takes a little bit longer, of course. Early on in the competition, skaters are more likely to under-rotate or, you know, miss a position in a spin. So the technical panel has more work to do early on. Of course, later in the final groups, it moves along a lot quicker, generally speaking. We still don't have even one of the judges on. They're all coming in.
I just saw there were 2 sequences, so only one sequence is allowed. So that's
and
one
I cut
of
the replays
issues.
nice and short just to make sure we weren't holding up the competition. Here we go. The free program score for Andrea, 57.40. That is first in the free program. Total competition score, 89.06, as she very early on takes the lead.
89.06 total points. She's currently in first place.
Our next skater represents Armenia, Sofia Karapetan.
Next skate representing Armenia, Sofia Karapetan.
And Sophia was the first of the skaters that we've seen thus far who managed a clean double axel in the short program. And Sophie will skate to It's a Man's World.
This is a man's world, but it would be nothing without a woman or a girl.
Armenia's Sophie Karapetyan completes her free skate. And you can see how Sophie feels about that. So desperate to showcase all that she's capable of, but the opening 2 jumping passes, which were different to some of the planned program content, not reflective of the triple jump that she wanted to achieve, just doubles on the 2 opening salcos, and that paved the way for some frustration laterally, but you can see a nice pivot, good comfort across the ice. Jazz split drop from the double axel, but well done to achieve it later.
Yeah, exactly. Comes back. That's super. Nice fast sit spin, perfectly centered. No traveling at all. That first side stays pretty centered on the second as well. Very good. That's the final spin in the program. Change sit spin level 3, but with a plus GOE.
Sophie here, supported by Christina Santum, who's looking after her here on this occasion. Her coaches unable to make the travel, and good to see an example of the skating community coming together to support one another as Christina sits with her. And I really appreciated Sophie's spread eagle. She had, really some great transitional content, lovely spread eagle in front of the judges, and obviously a skater who's got a good grasp and command of the edges. You were saying that too, Ted. You were mindful of the way in which she pressed her ankles into the ice.
Yeah, no question. She's very secure on those edges for the most part, when she's skating around, so that's good, and gathers a lot of momentum with each push. Powerful.
And you can see Sophie just chatting with Christina. She obviously very well aware of what she did, analyzing the performance together.
Free program score 54.15, and that will put Sophie currently into second place in the free program. And total competition score of 87.62. She'll take over for the moment at least. Second place, as we are very early on in this event. And there's a look at your top 3 skaters so far. There's our next skater representing Hong Kong, Chloe Desiree Leon.
And Chloe, a skater who has been on the Junior Grand Prix circuit for a few years. She competed here back in 2022, and that's where her personal best score from her short program came. Hoping for a new personal best in her free skate, Chloe will be one of the skaters attempting more triple jumps in the planned program content as she prepares to skate to You Are the Reason. Chloe Desiree Leung representing Hong Kong, delivering a really impressive change foot combo spin at the end of that performance. And as I mentioned, a skater capable and delivering much more difficulty in this planned program content than anything we have seen thus far in the event.
Yep.
This will be a case of the discussion now by the technical panel as to how much rotation was done on the ice.
But the good news is she's turning those triple lutzes and triple flips and trying to do them. This is so important because you can't get to the end of it unless you start it.
Yeah.
Right? And you got to get it in competition. And sometimes that just takes the risk. And there's under rotation. Sometimes there's falls. There's the triple toe loop. And how is that? That is, yeah, on the quarter. Okay, good. And the triple lutz, that is definitely downgraded. You can see that blade land forward. Let's take a look super slow here. Double axle. Watch the landing. And that is on, what do they got here?
You're ahead of the panel.
Okay.
You're Speedy Gonzalez. They're still on that.
Well, I'm cutting the
triple flip.
replays down. I'm cutting the replays down. That's what I'm doing. And the double flip a little bit later, double toe. Not a lot of height, not a lot of speed through there, but she manages to get around the doubles particularly and trying the triples. That's good news.
Yeah, great news. And as I mentioned, Chloe's been on the Junior Grand Prix for a few seasons, and so she will know already, you know, what is necessary for her success. She'll have been at these events. She'll have seen other skaters like that. But now a chance for her and her coach to take a photo and a memory to consolidate the fact that she is here proudly representing Hong Kong.
Yeah, and I really appreciate the effort to try to upgrade the technical, and you're going to take a hit while you're learning how to do those difficult elements in competition. Your little stresses a little bit more, and your reaction's not as quick, and that's resulting in some of those under rotations, but you've got to try them, and she did.
And as I mentioned in the short program, I'm not sure exactly if it's Hong Kong that all of Chloe's training is done in, but I was surprised a little and very impressed at her fitness levels, because I think a lot of the rinks there aren't full size, and her energy levels towards the end of the program so good.
Yeah.
Not sure how many run-throughs on full size patch she can do.
Yeah, and it's, you know, unless you watch training sessions, which we do, but, you know, a general fan wouldn't. And knowing what the conditions they have to go through to run the program, they see this beautiful. They're on the ice, it's clean ice, it's got a beautiful dress on there. They're out there by themselves. That is not the reality of training.
No.
You're out there, in some cases, with 60, 70 people or more in the States
Public
and
session,
around in
yeah.
public sessions. And some people have, you know, much better training locations or situations. So, but it's not always pretty, that's for sure.
And just, you know, as per the warm-up where we discussed the question pertaining to the technical element scores, if Chloe can manage to generate a little bit more elevation and assume her rotational position a little quicker and rotate at a faster pace, she is going to transform her technical element score. In this program, it's currently 29 points, but if she was to fully rotate the triples that she did, that would be way higher.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, let's take a look at the free program score for Chloe, 63.16. That is first in the free program. And she'll have a total competition score. She needs the kiss and cry 97.44. That'll put her into first place.
She's currently in first place.
And their confirmation of the first 4 entries. And again, our thoughts go to Maria Ignacia, who was forced to withdraw, the Chilean athlete here. And moving on to the next group of 5 women taking to the ice for their 6-minute warm-up, starting with Juliana Farrell.
Mark, I have a question.
Okay. Now, I don't mind any skating-related questions. I'm not sure
This
that
is
this is
skating
going to be.
related.
Okay, go.
Do you know who Taylor Swift is?
I know that the megastar Taylor Swift released a new album today.
Okay.
And I know that's pretty consequential because she is huge.
Yes, and do you know of any skaters that have used her music?
Well, I know that I know that Brady Tennell skated to Taylor Swift's "You Need to Calm Down" in a shore exhibition routine.
The info from Teresa. That's
I know that in the globally, the fact that a new album has been released today will be very exciting for many fans of many Swifties.
Okay,
around the
another
world.
question. Do you know who Taylor Swift is engaged to?
I know that she recently got engaged.
Oh, that's good.
That was good. And actually, that is interesting because how do we take skating to greater public consciousness? I am a bit of a skating hermit, so I don't know what happens in the outside world, but the news of Taylor Swift's engagement did make it to my consciousness.
Okay.
I don't know who he is.
Do you know? Okay, that's the answer to your question.
Some bloke.
He's a famous football player in America.
Okay.
His name is Travis Kelce, and he plays for the Kansas City Chiefs. And Taylor Swift would go to his football games when he was. It still does in Kansas City, and there's a big hubbub when she's there. And of course, he was in the Super Bowl, not last year. He was last year. She was there, but they lost, right? So it's a big thing in the United States.
I actually do
But
know.
the point is, the reason we're supposed to be talking about this is because of her music that's out, the new album. And if their skaters are skating to it, and you had the answer there.
Well, I actually was going to say, I know that Gracie Gold was friends with Taylor Swift.
Wow.
And I think what we need to do in our bid to forever represent ice skating more, what we need to try to do is get Taylor Swift to come to a rink.
Oh, yeah, that'll work.
Because then we'll have a full house in every event, and then all the people that have come to catch a glimpse of Taylor Swift will then fall in love with ice skating.
Yes, exactly. I think that's the point.
You know, Simone Biles, the gymnast legend, Olympic champion, was rumored to say that she was going to start ice skating lessons. I noticed that recently. I need to give Taylor Swift a skating lesson. I believe that I could give Taylor Swift a skating lesson and get her to fall in love with the sport, and then all the Swifties would become skating lovers too. How do we facilitate this?
I don't know. That's your job.
Okay. Well, you know how
I just assigned you.
You know how I
You don't even know her. No,
directly message all the skaters for intel. Do you think if I just directly message Taylor Swift and say, listen, the Olympic Figure Skating Championships will be really entertaining for you. Please come along. Actually, no, we don't want her to come to the Olympics because the Olympics is its own amazing piece. She doesn't need to come to that. She needs to come to the World Figure Skating Championships and then the World Junior Championships in Tallinn, Estonia.
Get on it.
Yeah. Okay, let's manifest skating community
But
dance.
the point is, if we hear Taylor Swift music in this program, in this event, I'm going to mention it.
We will. I think that the click and clear debate might make it a little bit difficult for anybody to be
Yeah, we'll
using
see.
Taylor Swift.
Yeah,
We'll
okay,
see.
we'll see. Okay,
But
give her-
maybe actually that's another point. Maybe if Taylor were to give her blessing to the rights of her music being used in the rink
for skaters.
for skaters,
Yeah.
I mean she's a philanthropist. I think she'd be very happy to support these young athletes who are giving up so much of their life to representing their nations.
Yeah.
So Taylor Swift, please allow all your tracks for click and clear for the skaters to use, and they will do it justice, I hope.
Okay, there you go.
Okay.
Okay, good. Now, next question. The next real question.
Okay, the next real question. Let me bring those up. Oh gosh. So questions
I don't
coming
like
in.
the oh gosh.
No, that's the ones that I can't answer or can't mention. Question coming in from Hannah Sash, I think. Do you get to do any sightseeing in the Junior Grand Prix host cities?
Jeez.
Well, you got a little weensy tiny bit.
Oh yeah, I went to Warsaw. That's right. On the because we were here like 2 days early, so I got to go to Warsaw. But I haven't been anywhere else. But I've been around this tour for so many years. I have seen some things, but not in every city do we get to go anywhere, because usually it's really busy. We arrive, and then we've got to prepare for the next week. Then we have practice sessions, and this year the schedules have changed quite a bit. So the competitions start earlier, at least on 2 of them. So not generally, but sometimes we do. We'll have a bit of time to grab something for an afternoon or maybe a day off. I know the crew stayed in Baku for a day and went around to that city. They also saw some of Gdansk, and one of the other crew went up to Warsaw for a day as well. So yeah, we do. Not a lot, but we do get some.
I think what's important to acknowledge right now as we continue the production of this live stream of the women's free skate is that our Pelliot clothing has made us so warm that we have both shed a layer.
I know, it's incredible.
So
Because usually it's been quite cold, but no.
Thank you, Pelliot.
Yes.
Or maybe it was the anxiety of trying to represent Swifties.
It is really, and I'm not saying this just because they're supporting the ISU. It is fantastic gear. It is so warm and so light. Just incredible.
We are the envy of all the production team who have yet to receive.
We are. You have to admit, we're a little puffy looking on the screen when we come out there. Oh, okay, those guys put a weight on there. Or we're, yeah. It's because it's a pretty puffy jacket, but it's so warm.
Good questions for the next warm-up, by the way.
Yeah. Okay, good. Okay, let's get going here.
Oh. People wanted to see videos of us competing.
I have to go back into the caves and dig them out. Our next skater represents Ireland, Juliana Farrell.
An 18-year-old Juliana has some impressive jumping content. She struggled in the short program to deliver, hoping to showcase the triple lutz quality that we've seen from her in practice in this free skate. Ireland's Juliana Farrell completes her free skate, showcasing some very solid jump technique.
Oh my gosh, she's got great jump technique. She, lost it a little bit midway through the program, but the first few jumping passes, the technique and the strength and the timing on the takeoff, the air position, the landing was just beautiful. Just you know, with jump technique like that, she should be in a much higher group.
Yeah, and it just interests me because she didn't use the triple lutz, which she's capable of using, that she used in this short program. But I hasten to guess as we look at this big, driving high double axel.
I could see a triple out of that at some point. Let's take a look here at the Salchow. Lifts the free leg way up. Look at the size of that jump. It's just huge. Soft knees on the landing. And there's the triple loop as well. Squeaks that free leg back in time. But then a little bit later, had some problems. Here's the triple toe loop. Swung that free leg with the pick around the corner a little bit too much and got off kilter in the air and took the fall.
And it begs the question. I would just look back at Juliana's past performances, and you know, she's competed at various different events domestically in the United States of America, and she's often scored 80-point free skate scores. But she's capable, with the jump quality that she has, to be, I think, pushing 90 scores.
Oh, totally.
Just wonder how many run-throughs need to happen, and how she balances and juggles that as she pushes forward to continue to represent Ireland as successfully as she can. And can she do double run-throughs? Can she? I don't know. With her academics, with life, can she get into the rink 6 days a week and do double run-throughs every day? Because that would easily help a skater with the quality of education she's had to go 90s.
Can you do double run-throughs?
Well, it's interesting because we're having a study recently which suggests that double run-throughs.
It's just a yes or no question.
I did have to do them.
Okay.
Right now, I don't think I could last 40 seconds.
So did I. I thought, okay, I will die here at the Cricket Club with this double run-through, but that's okay. It's an honor. And then I said, oh, geez, I did it.
But we were hearing recently that the stats for double run-throughs don't necessarily pay off.
Yeah, that's what we heard. But, you hear lots of stuff. 68.98. That's first in the free program for Juliana Farrow from Ireland. The total competition score of... There it is, 103.97. And that puts Juliana currently in the first place. Strong technical skater, no question. Keep going. You're on the right pathway for the technical part of the sport, no question. And then when that gets a little bit more comfortable, continue the development of the PCs, which are already partially there for sure. Our next skater represents Serbia, Nadja Savic.
Now, talking about program component scores, this is a skater who totally stood out to me, Nadja Savic. Beautiful stylization. And now she gets ready for her free skate. Serbia's Nadia Savic. And to me, Ted, when I consider what the judges have to reward, for composition, they're looking to see elements that are connected with varied and intricate body and skating movements. And so the movement that we just saw from Nadia in the choreography compelled me to see, oh, this is going to tick the boxes, you know, for the judges in terms of composition.
I think one of the things we've seen in the Junior Grand Prix this year is skaters coming from countries that we haven't seen a lot of skaters come from, using their cultural music. And I think it's beautiful. Cultural, the dresses, you know, the designs, plus the music. I think it's fantastic. And I think the one thing that's important, of course, is that anybody doing that has an understanding of what that culture's base is. And of course, when you come from that culture, it's all fair game. And I think she did a really nice job here. I'm always interested more in the music because I'm learning. And, you know, for a large part of my career, we only ever saw people who understood North American music. Now the world is open. And now we're getting more skaters from across the world. And we're seeing more cultural stories being told and using their music. And I think it's fantastic. And that'll help people understand more about global music, not just one continent.
And even then, you know, the position that Nadia found, I think maybe Sergei Rozanov was just saying that he'd like it to tweak the Finnish position there, but this intention and a consideration that not all skaters have, the consideration of the composition and the choreography, and that will be reflected and rewarded in the judges. And indeed, as we see the screen in front of us, is the composition component for Nadia that is the highest of the three different scores.
Yeah, it's great.
And I really appreciate the snake that is wound into the costume on her right hand, that the attention to detail that isn't reflected in the marks, but reflected.
You know, I want to say, you know, the one thing, if a skater comes from a particular culture, they may not even do their music or their story as well because they're young in development and choreography and whatnot. So it's not about how well it's done necessarily, it's about the authenticity of the attempt of that. This is important.
Authenticity.
Yeah. Big word for me.
I like that word.
Especially on a long day. Let's take a look at the free program scores for Nadia. 77.53. That's first in the free program. That's a good representation of the whole package there as we take a look at 112.73. And that'll put her currently overall into first place. Still early on in the competition. Here's a look at your top five.
Dress adjustment.
Our next skater represents Ukraine, Alexandra Delnumero.
Alexandra has some of the difficult content planned in her program too, skating to Codename Vivaldi by the Piano Guys. A great job for Ukraine's Alexandra Deliamur, completing 6 triple jumps as her flag is proudly waved ringside. 6 triple jumps, but you may have noticed that in the top left-hand corner of the screen there were lots of red-coloured boxes. So the attempt to really lay down very competitive content delivered and achieved just the fall on the triple salto, but the technical panel will now give the feedback back to Alexandra of the rotation issues which we suspect may be incurred. We'll see now, this is the triple lutz.
There's 8 elements out of these 11 are under review, so the panel's suspect on a number of the landings for sure. As we take a look at the triple flip here, watch the landing and slow right down. That is a hook, but how much? By how much, I'm not sure.
Just a quarter rotation short, so nice landing position. As we referenced in the earlier warm-up, here the second lutz, when the jump is quarter rotation short, as that triple lutz was too, it will give a negative grade of execution, and that's why the red-coloured boxes were evident on top left-hand corner of the screen. But great effort, and you know, some very high aspiring content from Alexandra as cuddly toy with the colours of her flag proudly shown off. Maybe a little sign back to somebody at home who's, I'm sure, screaming with delight, supporting Alexandra. And for Alexandra, she'll be working on the rotation, but the plan will be definitely to keep pushing the skating skills.
And you just think how close she would be, how much her number would grow with those elements being, or those jumping elements being all the way rotated.
Yeah, and just the skating skills. So the second mark, she has components in the high 3s and low 4s, so the return to the rink where she trains. And Dnipro will be motivated by the desire to cultivate more speed, more flow, more power across the ice, so that her second mark can be pushing ever higher and give them the buffer. That's always the good thing for the skaters with great components, is that if the jumps aren't successful, you have some support from your second mark.
Yeah.
But to be fair to Alexandra, a lot of her focus will be on trying to achieve the minimum technical scores for Junior Worlds.
For sure, and you know, you can do that. You understand the points you get for the technical. You don't necessarily
more
understand
tangible.
Yeah, exactly, more tangible. So, and it's in your hands.
Yeah.
So that would be the first point of attack, if you will, to get that done, because you know what you're going to earn in that program.
Just so much harder to quantify how important glide is.
Yeah. So hard to get the foot all the way around. Sometimes you can take off well, you can rotate well, but sometimes that foot gets just a little bit sloppy on the landing and it just hooks out. So the landing backwards. 69.23 for Alexandra. That is second in the free program. And she'll have a total competition score of 104.65, and that will also overall put her in second.
She's currently in second place.
There's our next skater representing Denmark, Camilla Winter-Bolsen.
And Camilla, such a strong skater, so much to offer. Really enjoyed aspects of the short program, but she had some uncharacteristic mistakes with a little fall in the step sequence. Hoping for a clean skate as she skates to Le Dia à la Casa Assans by Estrella Morenti.
World llegara este lance tan subido, tan baja y rendida, y abatida yo me hallaba. Dije, no habrá quien alcance, y abatíme tanto y tanto, que fui tan alto, que le di a la casa alcance. Una extraña manera, mi vuelo pasé de vuelo, porque esperanza de cielo, tanto alcanzar tanto espera, esperé solo este lance, y en esperar no fui falto, pues fui tan alto, que le di a la casa alcance. Una extraña manera, mi vuelo pasé de vuelo, porque esperanza del cielo, tanto alcanzar tanto espera, esperé solo este lance, y en esperar no fui falto, pues fui tan alto, que le di a la casa alcance.
Denmark's Camilla Winter Poulsen, a skater who is taking a gap year from her academics to focus on her skating. She's relocated, as I said, in a short program and now adapting to a new training environment and facilities. And I look forward to seeing Camilla continue to adapting to those new environments, be able to deliver what she's capable of, because there's so much to appreciate.
Yeah.
So flashes of that within the performance.
That last spin was just a beauty, and some of the jumps as well. She didn't have a great night jumping tonight, but you can see that the mechanics and the technique is there. And just the timing was a little bit off in some.
Yeah, I mean, you see snapshots of a triple lutz that has, great biomechanics, not the greatest of landings. And there's some performance ability at the start of the program. Just a little lack of confidence, it appears.
Here's a triple salk out, look good in the air, and that's an under rotation.
Wow.
Penning forward, hand goes down. And a little bit later in the program, here we go, it's double flip. It was really lovely. The basic technique is so strong, and she's powerful, so she explodes off the ice, gets great airtime.
And it's interesting as we watch back, Camilla, now this wonderful change foot combo spin, or sorry, the sit spin to finish the program. Change of edge, a feature, sit forward, a feature, sit behind, a feature, and soon to be difficult exit, the final fourth feature for level 4. But when you look at Camilla's double jumps, which she included on this occasion in the program, you can see a technique that facilitates the triples.
Yes.
So not all the doubles we see look like they'll easily make triples.
No, the foundation is set for triples, no question. Powerful skate. Let's take a look at the free program scores. 69.55 is the season's best for Camilla. That is second in the free program. And she has a total competition score of 105.46. That will put her currently overall into second place. There's a look at your top 5 skaters on the leaderboard so far in this event. Closing in on the final skater in Group 2. And there she is, representing Georgia, Kiravan Nakaradze.
Oh, that was quite wonderful to see Kiravan Nakaradze just finding the camera, present enough and in the moment enough to be able to stay attentive. She will skate to the departure and Obscura.
toi l'homme de ma vie, t'es où? Toi qui m'aimeras toute ta vie, t'es où? Toi qui ne me lâcheras jamais, je t'attends depuis toujours. Toi mon âme sœur, mon amour, t'es où? Toi mon unique et mon tout, t'es où? Toi qui ne m'abandonneras plus, t'es où? Je te cherche, je ne te vois pas, t'es où? J'ai tellement besoin de toi, t'es où? Je ne tiendrai pas sans toi, t'es où? Juste un signe de toi seul, t'es où? Toi j'attendrai combien de temps? Je m'accroche et je m'accroche, ça ne sera pas simple tout le temps, ouais. T'es où? Toi mon mari, mon amant, t'es où? On s'engueulera souvent, et t'es où? J'ai peur que mon cœur s'arrête avant même de te connaître. Il bat si fort pour toi, t'es où? Toi qui m'as promis la lune, t'es où? Toi mon trésor fidèle, t'es où? Mon mari, mon essentiel, c'est maintenant ou jamais. Si tu ne veux pas que je crève, t'es où? Toi mon pilier, mon soldat, t'es où? Que je te serre dans mes bras, t'es où? Je croyais t'avoir trouvé, mais je me suis tant trompé. Je suis lasse, désespéré, t'es où? On aura mal, c'est sûr, t'es où? Il y en aura des ruptures, t'es où? On ne cessera de s'aimer, et je sais que toi et moi, ce sera pour l'éternité, t'es où? Je me rends tellement sans toi, t'es où? Je ne m'en remettrai pas, t'es où? Je ne peux plus vivre sans toi. Je veux vivre dans tes bras, que nos corps ne se lâchent pas. T'es où? Toi mon autre, ma moitié. T'es où? Mon soleil, mon apogée. T'es où? Ne me laisse pas seul encore. T'es où? J'ai besoin de toi si fort.
Georgia's Ketivan Makaratsa showcasing so much passion. My goodness, she was as expressive as any skater.
And I said to you offline, you know, I've always sort of have the list of skaters. Hey, I'd like to work with a skater. Why? I'd like to work because I see all the things she has, which is quite a long list. I see the things that she may not have at this stage that can be, or not fixable, that can be developed. So I said, wow, this is a skater that's got so much and a very flexible spine.
Incredibly flexible. And what she does have as well that others don't have is the confidence to express and emote. And she was so invested there. And that's actually interesting because at the opening, you see a different energy. There's the triple Lutz. She was looking down to see the rotation
It's
herself.
on the quarter and then up into the double axel. Gets that done. Triple flip. And that looked to be all the way around. Her upper body was over-rotated perhaps, but not the blade as much. And so she rotates pretty well, gets up in the air, quick into rotation. And that was, doesn't carry a lot of speed across the ice, needs to happen with that, but still, look at the flexibility, wow.
Yeah, and interesting from the beginning to this point in the program, different energetic commitment. And so that's a factor of the presentation and the composition as we see another example of her range of movement, different energy commitments.
Yeah.
And you sense she's probably a really emotive human as well.
Yeah.
What we saw on the ice kind of reflected now in the kiss and cry.
Yeah.
And she shows Georgia.
You're a wonderful skater and you have some wonderful skills. Like every skater, you've got things to work on, but you have so much already in your little briefcase of skating.
And coach listed as Cecily Berdanishvili. They shape hearts.
Yeah.
Loads of kisses.
And mom and dad and maybe siblings back home and friends, of course, she's paying attention to them and they probably have maybe a tear in their eye as they watch her skate on the world stage. Great job. And we are just waiting. We have one more judge's score to come in. We've got 9 out of 10 there. There we go. 84.33 for the free program. That is first. It seems to be okay with that. For the total competition score, isn't that cute?
Lovely.
Total competition score of 120.67. As Caravan takes the lead after 2 groups.
More kisses. Happy days.
Nice job. Nice job. Okay, we are heading in towards the first ice resurfacing of 3 here in the women's free program as we take a look at the results so far this event. Mark, what do we have for video playback?
During this ice resurface, we will see our must-watch moments from the event in Bangkok, and then to the winner interview of the women's event in Bangkok, the 3-time world champion from Japan, Mao Shimada.
We are most of the way through day 2 here in Gdansk, the women's free program, coming up right after this. Welcome to Bangkok and Mark and Ted's must-watch moments. It's been a really exciting competition, some brilliant skating. Mark, what about the ice dance?
The must-watch moment in the ice dance competition goes to America's Hannah Maria Aboyan and Daniil Breselukin. Their Vogue rhythm dance was followed up by a Goddess of Victory Nike-inspired free dance. And they are hoping now with the win here to follow in the footsteps of their training mates Noemi Maria Tale and Noah Lafornara, who won gold at the Junior Grand Prix final and Junior World Championships last year. What about the women's event, Ted?
Mark, in the women, Mao Shimada of Japan once again takes the title here with brilliant skating. She did make 2 mistakes at the top of the program, but all the rest of her quality of skating makes her the very best in the world 3 times in a row, maybe 4, coming this season. Mark, what about the pairs?
The pair's must-watch moment goes to the champions from China, Rui Guo and Yiwen Zhang, who caused lots of excitement following their silver medal placement in Ankara 2 weeks ago. And they followed that up with the title in Bangkok and another wonderful quadruple twist.
In the men's event, Ryo Nakata of Japan, skating to Gladiator, lands 2 quads and his triple axels, dominated this event as he takes the title here and a trip to Nagoya for the Junior Grand Prix final.
My must-watch moment from the women's event has to go to Korea's Jeong-yul Hwang. She was competing in her 3rd series on the Junior Grand Prix, having never won a medal before, and the reaction that she and her coach Jin Seo Kim had to that bronze medal was just so endearing and gives us such a brilliant insight into what this means to the skaters and their teams.
My must-watch moment from Bangkok comes in the women's category. There were 36 entries, and the 36th skater in this event, Cisa Suyana Diaz Bermudez, is from Ecuador. She does not have coaches. She skates in Quito, her hometown, and works with coaches online from Mexico. Does not often get to see them in person. She skated to her music from her country and costumes related to her heritage. This was a special moment for her, and she was even injured on her way to get here, but she was so determined to represent her country on the Junior Grand Prix, and we see here the expansion of skating around the world. It's a special moment. Here in Bangkok with the women's champion Mao Shimada, 3-time world champion, now champion here in her first Junior Grand Prix of the season. Mao, congratulations. First of all, I wanted to ask you a little bit about what your lead up was to this competition. You know, how were your training? How did everything go?
少し怪我があって思うような練習はできなかったんですけど、その中でも今日は最小限のミスに抑えられたと思うので、普段の練習の成果は少しは出たんじゃないかなと思います。
And now, Mao, you know, you've been such a consistent skater. And even when you make a mistake, you're able to always look forward and be consistent in moving forward and not thinking about what happened in the past. How are you able to do this? Tell us a little bit about that skill.
3分40秒で1つのプログラムなので、1つミスをしても最後まで諦めず滑れば結果はついてくるかもしれないっていうことを信じて滑ってます。
Well, Mao, you are a wonderful champion, a wonderful skater. You're an inspiration to many young skaters around the world. We thank you for everything that you've done so far in our sport. We wish you the best moving forward, and this is your last year in junior, and I know that you're looking forward to becoming a senior. We look forward to seeing you there. Mao Shimada, the champion here in Bangkok.
Zapraszamy na rozgrzewkę trzecią grupę zawodniczek. The following skaters may now take the ice for the warm-up. From Norway, Podium Contenders. From Iceland, Sailis Habago. From Australia, Isabella Wang. From Great Britain, and Marianne. From Liechtenstein.
Welcome back to Gdansk as we see group number 3 taking to the ice for their warm-up. I'm Ted Barton along with Mark Hanratty. Mark, you're a busy boy, huh?
Yes, lots of results around the globe, just checking up on things that are happening in different events. The Challenger Series events and international competitions globally happening. It's such an exciting and busy time for the figure skating community, and it's really interesting to see how things are transpiring for the seniors. Of course, it's particularly exciting given that it is the Olympic season. And then we have had some more questions that have come in. So thank you to those that have sent those in. A really interesting question, Ted, about as coaches, is it easy to not reproduce bad practices that you were subjected to as athletes? Now, sometimes with the question, and it's not obviously communication and conversation, I'd like to dig deeper and ask further analysis of what that question is.
Are bad practices in regards to coach treatment of athletes?
I sense that's the objective. It could be technique. You know, it could well be that if you were trained in, technique that you would then relay. But it could also be, as I think we both kind of guess, bad practices as to the treatment of the athletes. And I think that's one thing that we definitely know has evolved and changed. The way in which coaches communicate with skaters, I think across many sports, is different now. And the ISU Vision 2030 is very mindful of the need for safeguarding. And even today I was reading about the ISU's new commitment and further development and commitment to taking bold decisions regarding the safety of athletes. Indeed, they're expanding the rollout of their Cam Zone initiatives and also pioneering measures to protect athletes from online harassment. And that, in question to us as to reproducing bad practices, I think you and I are very mindful of things that have happened in the past would not be things that should or can continue in the future.
I want to put things in context here. I mean, that in the past, it was not just skating. It was in almost all sport, even in schools, even at homes, even in homes with families, even in businesses. So it was a culture in those days that didn't, needed cleaning. And now in current what's happening, it's getting cleansed, it's getting clean. So I think that's good. So are we I think it's changed significantly now. I think it's better, still a long ways to go. And I do think coaches are much more informed now as to how to verbalize the type of information they need to. But it's a difficult job. You have to motivate and help an athlete reach their limit. Where is that at? And what language can you do that without crossing the line? And then, where is the interpretation of a person, whether the coach did cross or not? And I'm only talking about coaching, not talking about the extreme cases of psychological, physical, and sexual abuse. I'm talking really about training situations. So, it's starting to get sorted out better, but it's certainly not perfect.
It's so interesting when you reference about practice across all walks of life. I remember my parents saying that when they were at school, if somebody misbehaved, they would be hit, and that was just standard procedure. You get a stick, or you would
strap. You get whatever.
Strap.
Yeah, it was.
And it's an interesting correlation because I'm very acutely aware in our sporting community, in the sporting world, that that is something that cannot be tolerated. But it's interesting how you make me mindful of the evolution of all aspects and walks of life.
No, it's all aspects of life. I'm sorry, it exactly was. And my parents loved me to death. But if you were going to do something wrong, you were going to.
I got smacked.
Yeah, and you weren't going. You never had anything really serious or whatever. But they would speak to you in a way that today it probably wouldn't be allowed. Maybe in the home because people don't know, but certainly outside of that. So it is a complicated matter, and it's not as simple as everybody just pointing fingers at each other. That I think has gone too far.
Yeah,
people have weaponized it. Pardon me. So, but I do think it's better, and I do think it will continue to need to have organization around it, better communication around it, and making sure that not only the athletes number one priority, but all people within sport and society are protected from abuse. And so, but the definition of abuse can be wide range by different people. So it is so complicated. I don't have the answer. I do want to say that I think it's better, but it has a way to go.
Yeah, really interesting. And the question for coaches is, I have, I'm sure with you, Ted, a very clear idea of what I believe is good communication and positive communication. But I'm also mindful that across many sports, the very successful athletes across multiple different disciplines of sport have come from very toxic training environments that I would never want to endorse in. The challenge for coaches now is, how do I create a really positive, wholesome, supportive environment that motivates them?
And I want to say, toxic, and then some may say disciplined. So where's that line? Okay, I'm not defending anyone or any situation whatsoever in any way. I'm just saying that people will all have a little bit of a different line, if you will. So what coaches or parents or teachers at school are trying to help children learn, trying to help them be the best they can be while they keep them in a healthy environment. And at times, everybody's a little bit different, so it's a fine line. It's a complicated world for sure. However, it is getting better. Coaches are doing a much better job at communication. There's still obviously a ways to go for all of us to be mindful. Here we go. Group number 3 in the women's free program. But good question.
Yeah.
Our first skater represents Norway, Pernille Witt.
And Pernille coming into the pre-skate in 28th place after the short program. And this is her final season on the Junior Grand Prix as she skates to the soundtrack from Pride and Prejudice.
Mark, I have to say, Pernille is a really, really good skater. Some
Yes.
beautiful techniques and beautiful sensitivity to the music, some wonderful spins as well. Some mistakes in the program, no question, but overall, a very strong skater.
Yeah, and good quality jumping. And for me now, for Pernille, it's just ascertaining now moving forward how to get that Junior World's minimum tech score. So she has almost 22 points from the short program, so therefore she would need 50 points in the free skate. She's got 43 currently as we see this double axel.
Beautiful.
Really good.
And this is on a lean on the triple toe, but you know she can do it. She didn't do it, but she can. Here's the triple loop, and that was a beauty.
Love a clean jump.
Yeah. Mohawk up into the triple salchow. Watch the free leg come around. Gets that done easily up into the double toe, double loop.
Keeps flow.
And a little bit later, another triple salchow. Really excellent technique, wonderful execution, some good spins as well. Here's the layback, or the sit spin, pardon me, at the end of the program.
Getting the
Nice.
8 rotations in.
Yeah, and beautifully centered, nice position, change of position here. When you take a look at the core, this is another skater I would add to my list. You could do a lot with this skater because she's already been taught so well. The basics are all at a high level.
And she now, needing to find probably another 10 points. Her highest total technical element score is 66.53, so she needs to find 5.5 more points. She's so very, very capable.
Yeah.
Just needs to manage to deliver that under the pressure of competition.
Free program score for Pernille, 77.95. That is second in the free program. And she really skated clean. That number would have much higher, 115.20 total competition score. Very nice skater. A few mistakes here tonight. And that'll put her currently into second overall. As we take a look at our next skater representing Iceland, Sadis Heba Gudmundsdóttir.
Sadis Heba, the sportsman of the month at her high school. Hoping for a clean skate, the 16-year-old getting ready to her start position.
She'll skate to Farah Ramses 2 and Salma.
Sedes Heba Gudmundsdottir completes a free skate, and she'll have been shocked to her core with that unfortunate fall within the choreo sequence. That like, nasty fall.
Yeah, the unexpected ones are.
Oh,
They're such a
horrible
surprise,
ones.
you're not ready for them.
Shooketh, but Sedes Heba at this event, comparative to her participation in Riga 5 weeks ago, endeavouring to increase the difficulty, she added the triple loop on this occasion. She just used triple toe loop before, as we see the double axel, double toe, double loop, 3-jump combo.
And here we see the triple loop. This is under-rotated in the system, but good mechanics on the takeoff, not quick enough or high enough into rotation. Nice camel spin, there's forward outside edge.
And interesting as we see the sit side variation there from Sedes Heba, just that whilst there were mistakes made in a couple of falls, the score is going to actually be higher than that which it was in the Riga Cup, so confirmation that she's heading in the right direction.
Yeah, no, this is a pretty good skate for Sedes, I think. She gets the triple toe loop done. See what happened here, that little jump there. And her blade.
Tailbone.
Oh, yeah, and her blade caught her other boot.
Yeah.
Wow, that was a hard, unexpected fall.
And that, shows how strong Sedes is. Big straight back up. And
yeah.
following that, the double loop at the end of the program, and I'm sure her layback spin here that we see kind of felt particularly comfortable after that fall on her back.
It's the one thing about skaters, they learn how to fall and get up so fast, it's instinctive that when you hit the ice, it's not even thinking, oh, I need to get up now. You just automatically spring up, however it is.
I remember the ISU's video series of Up Again or Get Up Again, and surely there are a few more wonderful examples for parents to put their children into a sport where they have to face resilience and get up again.
You know all those videos you've seen that I did years ago for the ISU, one of them was on Vols, and so it's pretty interesting.
I think I might have remembered that from...
Yeah. Well, it's certainly, I believe anyways, an improvement. Let's take a look. She has 67.21 season's best, and this is a new season's best, 67.32. And that puts Sedes currently into 7th place.
I like her little Viking stuffy.
With a 104.69 total competition score, and that puts her into 5th place overall. Pretty quiet, kiss and cry. Thinking it over. Our next skater represents Australia, Isabel Wang.
On the ice, representing Australia, Isabella Wang.
And Isabella, born in Adelaide, one of the youngest in this event. And I love the smile on Isabella's face now as she walks to the toe loop takeoff. That will be part of her planned program content.
And she'll skate to that very famous piece of music by Nino Rota, The Godfather.
Australia's Isabella Wang completes her first Junior Grand Prix experience. And whilst mistakes were made, there's a lot to admire about this young woman's skating. The fact that she had the tenacity to come back from 2 falls on the first 2 triple jumps to stay up on the next 2 triple jumps. And I also really appreciate some of the transitional content as well. Nice split jump, nice split Euler.
And can I ask you, what do you think of the costume?
Well, I like the costume, but I think the fact that you're impressed by the costume means it must be really good. That's not normally your
I'm not.
remit.
I don't think we're supposed to. I'm not sure, but I just think it's sort of striking. It catches your eye, and I think it, it's The Godfather, so I'm not quite sure the relationship, but I just think it's a great design.
And she looks so striking and so mature. She doesn't look at all like a skater that is daunted by the experience of this stage.
No. Nice triple toe, double toe, the triple salchow there as well.
Oh, that's what I liked. Thank you.
Yeah, you're welcome. But there's a lot of under rotations. Under rotation in the second double axel. There's a downgrade on the triple salchow, an under rotation on the triple toe loop. But we've talked about that under rotation. These skaters have to try it in competition. And she's standing up on, for the most part, standing up on some of them, but they're under rotated.
And each, the technical score for Isabella has continued to drop a little bit as those rotational issues are amassed. However, so much more than that for this skater, as we are seeing the significance, I'm not quite sure, of the cuddly toys, but I'm sure it's a shout out to somebody at home for Isabella. Making sure she gets a picture with her coach, Richard Laidlaw, who's doing so much to try to support the skating community.
We've seen Richard a lot at the competition in Beijing, of course, the Skate to Milano. We've seen him on Junior Grand Prix.
Was he in Bangkok as well, I think?
I think so. And so he's doing a great job. He's supporting the skaters and skating in that part of the world. And we see him quite often, so he's doing a good job.
And I believe he's got 2 daughters as well. Another example of the sacrifice and commitment that these coaches make. And particularly, not that anybody gives any more than any other, but when you're in Australia, you've always got a long travel.
Oh yeah, it's like living on the west coast of British or Canada. Anytime we go in Canada, we got a long ways to go. Same thing with the East Coast as well.
But Richard seems so totally committed, resolutely committed to supporting a generation of successful Australian skaters, and that's something that, Isabella, she's just 13 years of age. She skates really, really well with a technique and style that has... Oh, hello. What have we got there? No, come on, let's see who's on.
Boy, you get distracted easy. You're in the middle of a sentence and you go, oh, what's that?
Do you think that's her parents on the little things on her back? Oh, sorry. Okay.
Okay, we digress.
We digress.
Izabela zdobyła w programie
Free program
dowolnym
score for Isabella,
71 punktów i 47 setnych. Łączny wynik po obu częściach konkurencji wynosi 109 punktów i 31 setnych. Zajmuje obecnie 4. miejsce. Isabella Wang from Australia has earned total 109.31 total points. She's currently in 4th place.
There's your top 5 skaters so far in this event. Many more to come. Our next skater represents Great Britain, Emma Lyons.
On the ice representing Great Britain, Emma Lyons.
And Emma in 25th place after the short program, coached by Debbie and Simon Briggs.
And she'll skate the short. I'll Take Care of You by Beth Hart.
I know you've been hurt by someone else. I can tell by the way you carry yourself. But if you let me, here's what I'll do. I'll take care of you. Loved and lost, the same as you. So you see, I know just what you've been through. You don't ever have There's no doubt in my mind. I know what I want to do, and just as sure, one is two. Oh, I got to take care of you. I just got to take care of you. Take care of you.
But I'm pretty sure that Emma Lyons will be very happy with that performance.
Yeah.
Opening
Emma
triple flip
Lyons,
and two
reprezentantka
solid triple
Wielkiej Brytanii.
saltos. She has
Really good
strength.
jump technique. Good power across the ice. That was one of the best
Zara
skates.
and Alex for the pairs team
Yeah.
for Britain.
One of the best skates I've seen from a British female skater in recent years. They've all been good, but not delivered necessarily. And I think on this day, Emma did.
Yeah. And there is some emotional commitment to the
Yeah.
choreography by David Richardson. Back 3 Mohawk.
There's that triple flip, a big leg lift before she pounded the pick in, but still gets all the way around. Triple salto, really nice technique. Up into the double toe. She was kind of in his zone.
And
Good balance and feeling comfortable.
Yeah, and I think the triple flip at the beginning really paved the way for the energy that Emma needed to give the 2 triple saltos so confidently. And there was a little wry smile across her face on the landing of that flip, which, as I say, just gave her the energy to continue in this stronger performance than that which she delivered when she last competed internationally at the Robin Cousins Cup, and that was in the senior event. And Emma certainly viewing and eyeing up the senior events moving forward. She heads into the senior category next season fully. This year, doubling up.
Great job. She should be very pleased, very proud of herself with that skate.
I should have. Yeah, we don't have the microphone. I should have taken Emma's list of people that she wanted to thank. I'm sure Debbie and Simon, the coaches, and David, our choreographer, high on the list, as well as the family and friends that I know will be cheering her on from her training base in Dundee. She's originally from North Wales and then relocated to Simon and Debbie in Dundee.
I wonder if Simon's watching.
Oh, Mr. Briggs, I'm sure he'll be watching.
Hello, Simon. ISU technical
The scores,
specialist.
please.
Pretty good guy.
Please laugh a minute.
Emma zdobyła w programie
Let's take a look at
dowolnym
the scores
79 punktów
for
i
Emma.
800.
79.08,
I łączny wynik
that
w
is
obu
second in
częściach
the free
konkurencji
program.
wynosi 118 punktów i 43
She nods.
setne.
That's good. That's
Zajmuje
good. Let's take a
obecnie
look at
drugie
the
miejsce.
total competition score.
Emma Lyons from Great
That
Britain
is
have earned total
118.43, and that'll put her for the
118.43
moment
total
overall
points.
in the section.
She's currently in
Thumbs up
second
there.
place.
Great
Well
job.
done.
Nice job.
Yeah.
Przed
Our
Państwem
next skater
reprezentantka
represents
Liechtensteinu.
Liechtenstein,
Next to
Salome
skate,
Schmidt.
representing Liechtenstein, Salome Schmidt.
Salome, a pretty good short program coming into this event with the experience that she amassed from the Varese event.
And she'll start with Anywhere But Here.
I look around and what I see is I don't belong here. This isn't me. What have I become? streets. When do I get a break? It's not what I wanted. This is not my world. I know where I choose to go. If I could disappear anywhere but here, anywhere but here, I can feel something coming. I long to be free. I just wanna be anywhere but here. The sidewalk doesn't suit my soul. I've gotta make some changes and take control. I need room to move. I wanna feel the wind in my head. A clear sky with air to breathe. I feel it's time to fly. 'Cause I believe that there's so much more, and it's waiting for me out there. I can see where I wanna be. It couldn't be more clear. Anywhere but here, anywhere but here. I've been waiting for something. My heart's telling me I just wanna be anywhere but here. Look at this, here I am on the top floor. Everything is first class, everything is top drawer. I'm starting to feel like the luckiest girl in the world. Oh, it's a long way from a small town in Georgia to Beverly Hills, CA. If this keeps on going, I can hardly imagine what I might see, where I might be when I walk out that door in 6 days. Oh my God! $3,000. I can't believe I gave you that guy. Well, you might think that you got it there, but always start by making sure that you get paid. He said 2, I said 4. We're settled on 3, and that's a whole lot more. You don't have to remind me. We got one girl to thank. The rent's getting paid, and there's cash in the bank. Starting to feel you're the luckiest girl in the world. I'm starting to feel like the luckiest girl in the world. We're starting to feel we're the luckiest girls in the world.
Liechtenstein skater Salome Schmidt completes her free skate, and that another example of a skater that has
Salome
obviously
Schmidt, reprezentantka
amassed so much
Liechtensteinu.
information and turned it into progress compared to the event that she competed in on the Junior Grand Prix earlier this season in Varese, Italy, as she heads towards her coach Elena Romanova. Smile across her face.
You know, we see that a lot, the progress. I mean, the Junior Grand Prix covers like almost 2 months, and, you know, we see that progress. I mean,
Really
it's
evidently.
absolutely normal, and that's why 2 competitions are so great for these athletes. You see triple toe here, a little under-rotated into a double toe, and then another triple toe a little bit later. Again, that's probably under-rotated. It is in the system.
But to me, when we look at Salome Schmidt, the skater that we're seeing now in her second Junior Grand Prix assignment, there's just an energy of understanding. I think when we saw her in Varese, she didn't skate badly in Varese. She skated okay, and there's just a different level of energy around the athlete now, knowing the experience that they've had, being around the elite athletes that they were. And you could just see that in Salome's movement, and I suspect that the program component scores that she will have here will be significantly higher than that which she had when she competed at that other event. In fact, yes, 3s were the components when she competed in Varese, and now she has significantly and sizably pushed her skating skills, her presentation, and her composition into the 4s.
Okay, watch for that reaction then.
Oh,
That's what you like.
She's not a hugely extroverted performer, so I'm not sure we'll get a huge reaction. Hopefully we'll just get a little
Okay, that's okay.
acceptance. 56.06 was what she had before in Varese, so let's see how Salome and her coach react.
Progress made. You know, it's a great thing about Junior Grand Prix is safe from the perspective it's a learning ground. Yeah, people want to make the final, it's fine. But when you get 2 of these events here, you can really learn from event 1 to event 2 if your mindset is there. And if you have enough time in between the events. And then some people doing back-to-back, as we talked about a little earlier, actually learn a lot from that because there's 2 weeks of competing.
And what's lovely to see here is her coach so passionate in the conveyance of the information that she wants her to amass from this experience, the second JGP. How interesting. Her coach just sat up with a little more posture, and her student immediately
Yeah,
followed.
I did as well. I saw that. Let's take a look at the scores for Salome Schmidt from Liechtenstein. Season's best, 64.31. Not a lot of reaction. That'll put her in 10th place for the free program with a total competition score of 103.74. There's a little bit of reaction, a little bit of a smile, and that'll put her overall into 10th place. Nice. Now that is the conclusion of group number 3 as group number 4 take to the ice for their 6-minute warm-up. There's a look at the standings so far. Many more skaters to come.
And as we head into this group of skaters in the 4th warm-up group, we can check in with the questions that have been posed to us. The muse,
I'm a little
the
worried
inspiration
now.
for...
As long as you don't give us your questions, let's go with the people's questions.
Okay, I will do that. I will. There are some questions relating to pairs event, but that is concluded. So if we run out of time, I'll come back to that. But for now, there's a question from Susanna Porto. When it's ice resurfacing time, could you show videos of Mark and Ted competing back in the day? Now, before you speak, I saw a photograph of you in performance recently doing an inside spread eagle, and the person that tagged us in that post said, Ted showing posture to rival Mark Henretti.
Yes, you can put that all over the internet if you like. I have no problem with that. You know, it's a little Photoshop.
No, it was good, really good.
No, it's interesting. I was a very strong. I used to play rugby as well as basketball, hockey, and I figure skating as well. And it was only when I stopped the other sports that I understood that there was more to it than just throwing my body in the air hoping I landed. And so when I went to the show, of course, I learned a lot more. And of course, a lot of people say that once you get into an ice show, you really understand about and learn about presentation and whatnot. So that's what that photo was all about. But as far as footage goes, you know, you gotta take your pitchfork and hammer it out of a cave somewhere that hosts it because it's so explosive. No, there is video. I have video myself. In fact, I've already showed it on the Junior Grand Prix. I showed it in Zagreb, and we did the first sort of live Facebook, and they put me on.
Interesting. I just did a quick YouTube search for you. There are various different bits and pieces that crop up. One of the videos, when I search for Ted Barton on YouTube, is by FS Accept, and the tagline for the title of the video is Ted Barton giving Mark Henretti a pep talk after the rhythm dance.
A pep talk. Oh my God, it's hilarious.
Anyway, I digress. I would also totally, embellish and confirm what you just mentioned about what you learned regarding the sport when you have retired, and for the skaters that we're watching now, and perhaps for the families that are supporting them and eager to see what they do. I think when the skater is able to take a little bit of a step back, they can step outside the bubble and have a greater appreciation for what they do and what they want to showcase on the ice.
A discussion that we should have, and a question I'll ask the question is, we don't have enough time here, so don't go into an answer, okay? But we'll do this at another point. How did skating change your life? How did it change? How did it affect you as a person?
Oh gosh. Yeah.
Okay, no, don't start because
we'll be here
we don't have
3
enough
hours.
time. But I'd be interested because I think people, and I've done this survey with the American and Canadian teams, and I've asked the question. It's really remarkable answers that it brings. They really, many of them have said, what this has taught me is discipline, of course, and the ability to recover from disappointments. Because if you don't have them, and then you're not faced with having to recover from them. And there's so many interesting answers, value of sport in general, but our sport, because it's particularly difficult every single day. And it's what I would hire a skater in a second. I said that before in another broadcast, but yeah. So, anyways, lots to talk about in a different time. Do you have a different question?
I don't have a different question, but I've got a hot off the press news.
You okay? What
Do you want to hear it?
Yeah, sure. No. Well.
Junior
sure.
Grand Prix Series 2026-2027 host announcement that's come from the International Skating Union. The ISU Council approved the allocation of Junior Grand Prix Series events for the 2026-2027, with 7 events scheduled across the globe according to the following agenda.
Oh my God.
The first one.
This is breaking news at.
We haven't seen.
Breaking news at 6.
Yeah.
Okay, go.
China, first event, Xi'an
Where?
City.
Where?
Xi'an City.
Yeah, okay, in China. Yeah.
And then to Riga.
Okay.
Then back to Bangkok. And then to returning to Turkey in Ankara.
Yep.
Then to Batumi in Georgia. Then Ljubljana in Slovenia, and the 2026-2027 ISU Junior Grand Prix Series will conclude right here in Gdansk.
In Gdansk.
Yeah. So there you go. So
that's a lot of back and forth. So China, Europe, back to Southeast Asia, to Turkey, Batumi, in Georgia, Ljubljana. Love that city.
Love Ljubljana.
And Gdansk.
So there you go.
That is breaking news. Okay, you got to get me on this thing. Because you're getting all sorts of notifications.
I know.
And you don't
Look
even know.
at me.
I asked
I'm
you, how did you
even
get it?
the
You said,
tech
I don't
savvy.
know. It just showed up on my phone.
I'm subscribed to the ISU's mailing list as well.
Oh, yeah. Sure.
So yeah,
Okay,
there we
cool.
go.
There you go. Breaking news. And that'll be posted probably in a couple days, I guess. If the council already decided, that'll come up pretty soon.
Yeah, and it's been released on an ISU press release, so that's
great.
Really exciting. What hasn't been released, though, those that are listening, is Ted Barton's latest TikTok. That's to come.
Not mine.
Yeah,
you were in
I'm
it.
in
In
it
fact,
as well.
you were marching in front of me, so I was covered up.
You were my backing dancer.
Yeah, exactly. That's hilarious. We have fun.
It's
We
all
really
good.
do have fun. Let's get serious. There's a song called that. As we start group number 4 in the women's free program, we take a look at the next skater from Hungary, Sofia Zibalaki, born in Budapest.
And I really saw in Zippy in the short program, she too embracing all the learning opportunities and improving her rotational position in the short program.
Skating to Rain in Your Black Eyes by Ezio Basso.
Hungary's Zofia Sublaki completes the free skate, and now this is skated that skated really pretty cleanly in Ankara as well, but had many more underrotations. In this event, at least the triple salchows have gone in without review, proving that they are fully rotated. So that confirmation of the progression that we're seeing.
Yeah, I think it's so great, and we've talked about this often, that skaters, we're going to see a lot of under rotations in juniors, particularly probably in the early groups and maybe even some of the middle groups. But it's so important that these skaters try these elements in competition, except, you know, in competition, if they're under rotated, then fix it after that, which is a bit of a process and takes some time. There's the first triple sal, double toe loop, and that is in clean. Wasn't even a review.
Yeah.
Nice. And there's the triple flip, double lutz, double loop, double loop. And the triple flip a little bit later in the program, and that is being reviewed at the moment, so I'm not sure if that's under rotated or not.
But I
It's
think
clean. It's clean.
Yeah, and we saw Zofia in the short program, and I thought, oh wow, this girl's really showed the improvement, and she got rid of the leg wrap a bit. In the short program, I think she attempted triple loop and triple flip, and they were still under rotated, and so we didn't get to see on her score sheet the improvement that we saw in practice. But now, in this the free skate with more triples, we're seeing all the work she and the team have done.
And some work has been done. So both triple flips were under rotated, but nevertheless, she stood up on one foot, continued in the sequence in one of them. So there's some really positive signs here that progress has been made to date, and then she'll continue to do that, and hopefully we'll see a clean slate.
And I saw on the warm-up, Yulia Sebastian, you saw her passionately giving her some. I saw the movement Yulia was doing ringside to try to encourage your student to really go for it. You could just see the coach say, come on, really go for it. And everybody's invested in Zofia, including Lashenko, her kiss and cry coach alongside Yulia.
Good job. I mean, really, that's exactly what you want from your student, to go out and work through that program the best they can at the level they are at that moment. Season's best, 86.53. That is first for Zofia in the free program, and has a total competition score of 128.72, and that will put her into first place overall. A little bit hesitant to go, okay, I'm not going to give you a big high five. I'm going to give you a small one. Moment. Great job.
She's currently in first place.
Our next skater represents Poland, Zofia Bochenek.
From one Zofia to another, but this the first of the 3 Polish representatives competing in this event, and that's the reason that you can hear so much support for Zofia Bochenek.
Mark, I'm so impressed with some of these skaters really early on in the competition that are doing beautiful technical elements. 2 beautiful, clean triple Lutzes. And this young woman was 22nd in the short program. So the depth of technical proficiency has increased on the Junior Grand Prix significantly.
Yeah, and kudos to Zofia Boshenik representing the host nation, and to coach Polina Klimaj, because not just a clean triple lutz, but that and the triple loop were so strong and solid. And now, you know, this is a skater that was clean on rotation in all of the elements in her short program too. And now she's just getting the feedback that jumps are good. Skating skills, presentation, and composition.
Yeah, some work.
Is the way to go. And actually, when we look back at Zofia, I actually think composition was okay. The crossovers. We'll look at the tech stuff first.
Here's the triple loop. Now that into the double loop so quickly, but that first triple loop, no, it's all clean in the system. That's good. You take a look at the triple Lutz. Straight up in the air, hands above the head. Great landing up into the double toe loop. And to a double axel right after that.
Big money points there.
Yeah. And that was a total of 11.17 points. That was a bit of a problem, a little bit too far forward in the landing. And we see the second triple Lutz just has that technique on that takeoff really down nicely.
Yeah. And you can see after the jump, as we see the sit spin now, there was content straight into away into the 3-turn, and then the Euler and transitional content was good. I liked the slide where she lifted her leg off the ice too. For Zofia now just trying in daily training to work on elongating each stride, each push, so that her ice coverage will be significantly faster.
Yeah, really good technical skater and well on her way to learn other aspects as she slowly blows a nice kiss to her family and friends and shows the heart as well. Yeah, it's just fantastic when we've seen great technical skating, you know, really solid technical skating in the junior level, deep into the field from all around the world.
And good healthy competition between 3 Polish women that are competing in this event. Zofia, and we will see others later on, Alexandra Janikowska, and then Veronika Ferlin, who finds herself in the penultimate group in this field. But Zofia Boshenik on screen now has the potential to be one of the contenders later on. I'm sure she's working on triple loop, based on the quality of the triple double that she showcased here.
So quick off the landing edge into the double loop. It was beautiful. Take a look at the scores, the pre-program scores for Zofia. 78.03, that is 4th in the free program. And she has a total competition score of 120.61. That'll put her for the moment overall into 3rd place. And the fans were screaming with joy. There's a look at your top 5 skaters so far in this event, which is turning out to be pretty strong, pretty good. Our next skater represents Croatia, Paula Kaznar.
And Paula, 21st in the short program, had complete rotation, full complete rotation in all the jumps that she performed in the short program. And her score, as she gets to her start position, is in close contention, which is less than a point between her and the 3 above her.
She's 14 years old. And she takes her starting position. She'll skate to Light of 7 from the Game of Thrones.
Paula Kasner, reprezentantka Chorwacji.
Croatia's Paula Kasner completes her Game of Thrones free skate, and she, I presume, inhabiting the role of Arya Stark from the film. And what an amazing costume, I have to say. I know that that's not the most important thing, but costume is really well on point.
We have been talking a little bit more about it, that's for sure. And she certainly opened up with a beautiful triple Lutz.
Yeah.
It was amazing. So as we, the theme continues, the skaters in the early groups and now in the middle groups are delivering some great technical elements. Like that triple Lutz there.
I love that we can see the skaters looking at the ice because they know the significance of what the rotation is.
Yeah, there's the triple flip. And she looks down at it. Yeah. Not a lot of flow on the landing, so it's sort of hooking around the corner, and that'll be the triple toe loop, gets the free leg back in time up into the double toe. So there's certainly some minus GOEs. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 jumps are in the minus GOEs. So a landing like that, although she stood up and got it, she'll get a base value minus the quality reductions.
Yeah, and for Paula, you can see good drive and lift up into the Sako toe. I just, maybe in some of the subsequent replays, we'll just see the skater's length of push and how much ice coverage they have, because Paula's coming in the 5 out of 10 range for the skating skills, and she will be then, hopefully, as her coach, Jovana Gapsevich, joins her in the kiss and cry. We'll be watching the likes of Alyssa Lengyelova, who will have greater glide and greater flow. So Paula, endeavouring then moving forward to ensure that she covers ice with more
But
flow.
a young skater, 14 here, at this stage, with all that, as she grows, matures, 15, 16, 17, she's going to develop those skating skills and the connection with the music much better because she's already ahead of the game, or at least on course, technically. Take a look at the free program. 75.76 is her season's best, and this is a new season's best, and she goes with an 85.76 for Paula Kasner from Croatia. That puts her second in the free program with a total score of 128.78 as she takes the lead. Wow, that's great. Big smile. Lots of pride back at home. Those watching, and a coach here as well. Good job. Our next skater represents Italy, Nicole De Rosa.
And now we're heading into the top 20 skaters after this short program. Nicole struggled with the triple loop, but she has ambitious content now as well.
15 years old. She takes her starting point. She'll skate to Tree of Life Suite.
Italy's Nico De Rosa completes a free skate. Now, Ted, this of course had mistakes, but to me, if you were to rewatch the opening of this program before the first technical element, such beautiful, beautiful movement, artistic sensibility, and really stunning line from Nico De Rosa.
Yeah, you have to park the mistakes. I mean, the judges won't. They're gonna, you know, but you have to park the mistakes to see the abilities and core abilities that she has, the strengths that she has already in her development. It wasn't a great night for her technically, but she's a beautiful skater.
Oh, look at this.
Yeah.
Lovely, lovely.
Paying attention to the music, the phrasing. So we take a look at the triple salcho. Great speed coming in. Lovely triple salcho up into a double axle. That was a beautiful opening combination.
Really gorgeous.
And here is the triple loop. And this was on a lean. And that was when the problem started to unravel. Part of the program, triple toe loop a little bit later. Does get that done into a double toe double loop, but it was messy as well. But she is not a messy skater. She's a very good skater, but on this night, she's just lost the balance and lost a little bit of confidence partway through the program. Beautiful spin with an exit. Lovely skater, dramatic as well.
And for Nicole De Rosa, she's an example for those watching of when a clean skate can really accelerate the overall score. She won the Sonia Henney trophy and she scored over 100 points in her free skate, but she had 5 clean triples. On this occasion, that wasn't the case, but certainly a skater with the component quality that she has, she's capable of having a huge variation in her score, and hopefully she will amass more confidence knowing that she's capable of quality to deliver those kind of clean skates regularly.
This is so nice and so encouraging for us to see, for everyone who's watching, to see the depth of abilities. That doesn't mean that the skaters are skating clean. We're calling like it is. When you have a fall, you have a fall. When you've got mistakes with the under rotations, it's what we're talking about. But look past the falls and recognize the qualities. And when there isn't quality or when the skating skills need work, we mentioned that, of course. But this is a skater that possesses some beautiful emotion to the music, some wonderful skating quality. 83.24 for the free program. That is 4th. But she had a rough night. She made a number of mistakes that will cost her a lot of points. But overall, she's a very strong skater. 126.54. That'll put Nicole currently into 3rd place overall, at least for the moment.
Her total competition score is 126.54. She's currently in 3rd place.
And there is our next skater, and she represents Poland. Alexandra Janikowska.
The second of the Polish women competing, hoping to take the applause that you can hear to great success for Alexandra.
And she'll skate to the Cheek of Night and 1,000 times Good Night from Romeo and Juliet.
Alexandra Janikowska competing in back-to-back Solidarity Cup. She was here last year in Gdansk in her home nation where she finished in 31st place. This result will be much higher than that. 5 triples in that free skate. And nice to see the smile.
And there's another example of a skater, and a little bit later in the series, or as you would say, series. But that is starting to learn from her first experience. A really good skater, tough in competition, now has gained some confidence and delivered some really nice technical elements. And we're seeing that throughout this event, which is really encouraging. And as I said to Mark offline, as coaches know they cannot build everything at once. They can't do the PCs and the skating skills and the connection emotion to the music and the jumps and the spins. They can't do it all at once. So they have to build it in stages. They have to build the skater in stages. And right now we've seen the technical element build, and the skaters are doing extremely well on that. Let's take a look at the triple Lutz.
Nice.
Oh, that's beautiful. A little bit too far forward, lose a bit of speed, but that's super picky at this level. There's a triple loop. Is that done? Another triple Lutz a little bit later in the program. Quick into rotation and gets it done. Like she's really working through it. So the technique is good enough that even if it's slightly off, it doesn't take a fall.
And I suppose for me, with watching Alexandra, when you're delivering as much as that in terms of the tech score, then I hone in obviously in program component scores, but as you rightly say, Ted, it's the division of time.
Yeah.
As Coach Svetlana Korobkova and Maria de Magala, I'm sure, are so mindful of what's necessary.
Yeah, and Mark, I also mentioned that a lot of it depends on the budget of the parents. How many lessons can they get? How much time can they get out of school? You can have a very, very talented skater who has keen desire to be there all the time and can't for a variety of different reasons. And so that's maybe just simply where they're at. Let's take a look at the free program scores for Alexandra Janikowska from Poland. Season best 84.25. That is 4th in the free program. And she has a total competition score of 128.07. That'll put her at the moment into 3rd place overall with three groups to come. Cool. This is an interesting event to watch the depth that we are seeing here, at least in technical skating at this stage, with many more good skaters yet to come.
Yeah.
Okay, Mark, you are ready for the video playback list. I see you're eagerly waiting with your phone. What do we got?
We have the figure skating basic series where we see some jumps, and then to the winner in Baku, Yusong Kim, and her interview following that triumph in Azerbaijan.
Okay, we hope you enjoy the video playback. We'll be back with group number 5, right after this. Welcome to the Basics of Skating. Now, this series is designed for those new viewers that don't know much about our sport, and we're going to go into a little detail on some of the elements. Mark?
Yeah, we're going to start with understanding the 6 different figure skating jumps, and we're going to start with the axel, which I believe is probably the easiest for a new viewer to spot.
It is. It's the only jump that you go forwards on, and it's a little scary because you're jumping into space, but Mark here is a brave soul, and he is going to demonstrate for us, so I'm going to back out of this shot. Bravo!
Any good jump, the biomechanics are so important, and it's really crucial that the athlete and the skater has total command over all their limbs and making sure that both the arms and the free leg all work together at the point of takeoff.
Now remember, that is the only jump of all of them that takes off forward. It's kind of difficult. It's one of the first jumps the skaters learn as well. Let's take a look at the Salchow jump now, different from the axel, Mark.
That's forward takeoff with the axel. This is the first of the jumps we take off from backwards, and it'll be a back inside edge that takes off and dictates the Salchow.
Back inside edge takeoff, little movement on that free leg. There's the Salchow. Now we're going to take a look at the loop jump. Now this is the one jump that does not have a second leg assist, like a toe pick or like the use of the free leg. There's just one edge. The free leg is crossed in front of the takeoff edge, and it just pretty much stays there through the takeoff and into the air rotation position. Just one edge in and one edge out. That's a look at the loop jump. Now we're going to take a look at the toe loop, which is different than the axel and the sacco. Those were edge jumps. This is the first toe jump that you're going to see, Mark.
Yes, and there are lots of different entries into the toe loop, but the important part is that the final edge is on our back outside edge, and we tap in to assist the takeoff.
Well, not too bad. Good extension on the landing.
That's all I've got.
And now we're going to take a look at the flip jump. Now, once again, this jump uses the toe pick to help lift the skater in the air. Mark?
And like the toe loop, there are lots of different entries that the skaters will use to get to the jump, but the important part here is a back inside edge on takeoff.
You know, you cover up a lot of flaws with that nice extension.
I mean, you hell if I know it.
Now we're going to take a look at the Lutz jump. This is quite similar to the flip jump, except the takeoff edge is then outside as opposed to the flip being an inside. Kind of a little complicated and difficult to see so quickly. Mark?
Yes, difficult to spot, but should the skater take off with the incorrect edge, it can have big implications on their points.
Nice, strong back outside edge, good strong pick, beautiful extensions. And that is the Lutz.
And now you hopefully know the differences between the different figure skating jumps, so please try and test yourself when you're watching some of the world's best figure skaters.
Champion here in Baku, Yusung Kim of Korea. Congratulations, first of all. You were 5th after the short program, and then you did a brilliant free program. How did you feel about your skate?
I didn't feel the pressure well in the first round, so I wanted to clean this time.
Well, you certainly did that. It was a beautiful program for sure. Now, what happens next for you?
I have national competition, want more perfect program, and my clean program is I was very happy.
Yeah, you should be. It was absolutely spectacular. Well, congratulations. We wish you the very best the rest of the season. The champion here in Baku, Yusung Kim of Korea.
Na rozgrzewkę zapraszamy piątą grupę zawodniczek. The following skaters may now take the ice for the warm-up. From Finland, Karina Innos. From Bulgaria, Krista Georgieva. From Czechia, Katarina Hanusowa. From Slovenia, Ula Zadnikar. From Estonia, Marta Helena Prangel. From Republic of Korea, Nayeon Ko.
Welcome back to the Solidarity Cup 2025, the Junior Grand Prix in Gdansk. This is the 6th of 7 stops on the International Skating Union's Junior Grand Prix series. And we're currently more than halfway through the women's free skating event. We have seen 19 performances already with another 3 groups of competitors to come. And this is based on the results of the short program which took place yesterday. Earlier today we saw conclusion of the pairs free skate event, which made the final decision of the Grand Prix finalists in the junior category. The pairs discipline, only 4 events on the 7 stops of the Junior Grand Prix have pairs category. And that today was the final event, and thus we now know the 6 teams that will make their way to Nagoya, Japan, which will be the destination of the Grand Prix final, where both the top 6 juniors and seniors will go up against one another in a very prestigious event at the beginning of December.
Well, Mark, do we have any questions during this warm-up?
I've had interesting question coming in, which really grateful for. Questions are coming both to the International Skating Union and to ourselves, and this one coming from @KissCID_2000. And the question is, with so many different countries competing, I am surprised how much of the dance music is American. I was hoping to hear popular music from other countries. Why do you think so many are choosing American music?
Well, you know, it's interesting because we've
You
heard
referenced
more.
that today.
We've heard more music from other countries about the 90s than we thought we would. However, it's still dominated by North American music. It's true. It's true. But there has been more.
Yeah, and I think it's important to note that we're in Poland and Gdansk, and all of the music that is played on the warm-up sessions is all American music or very, popular global music. And I think that's something that the skaters generally will gravitate towards, and music that is probably that which they are most often and readily exposed to on their various social media. As we see the skaters working through some of the takeoffs for the jumping passes ahead. What's really important for the skaters, though, this season is that they have music that is available through the click and clear process. And now musicians are clamping down a little bit on the rights of their own respective music, and skaters having to be very mindful of using music which will not be violating the rights of the musicians. So we see lovely triple loop from Katarina Hanasova. The music that the skaters go on to choose, though, wherever it comes from, the judges have no chance to give any personal bias towards their like or dislike of the track. What they have to do is reward the skaters in how they build their program in relation to the music. And so the judges are looking for connection between and within the elements, and choreography that reflects the musical phrase and form. And ideally the skaters don't just amass an understanding of their skating skills and their jumping and spinning elements, but that they have a musical sensitivity and timing. And so in an ideal world where there is so much to learn, skaters will have a musical education, and that actually we see from some, it's very evident from some of the skaters that we know have researched and developed musical understanding, but that's not always available to all.
Yeah, and the great choreographers in the world are teaching these athletes how to hear music, because I think they always skate to music, but they never skate with it, or they never skate into it. So when they're younger, so if they don't have that musical education, then it's really up to the choreographer or the coaches to try to sit down and explain to them. One of the things I always ask the skaters that I've worked with in the past is, how often do you listen to music off the ice? Not really. Well, maybe. But the point is, they should be listening to that almost every day, so that they know every note, they know every phrase, so they understand my movement of this part has to fit that part, right? but that's back to your point about studying the sport, about being not obsessed, but being, you know, engaged in learning as much as you possibly can yourself. So it's a really good point. Those skaters out there that may be listening to this broadcast, you need to know your music, and you can't know it by just having it been given to you and then having it played at the rink to do your program. You need to listen to it so you know it better than your coach does, and you understand that what choreography has been given to you, what phrase it fits on. And if you can learn that yourself, you're going to help the coach, but more importantly, you're going to help yourself.
And it's really interesting this season seeing the choices that some of the skaters make, particularly for the seniors who are going into the Olympic season. And we've seen many of the top seniors choosing Italian flavored or Italian music, because the Olympic Games, the moment when the whole global sporting world will be more aware of what's happening in our community, and the Italian music, a recurring theme of choice for many of the senior athletes as well this year. And cannot wait to see the emotion that we will undoubtedly see in Milan when the Olympic Games take place in just 4 months' time.
Yeah, true. And you know, any time that you do a presentation, I do a lot of presentations and building of banquets and storytelling, etc. You have to, before you start to create, who is my audience? When am I doing this? What time of day am I doing this? What emotional state will they be in? You know, what is my storytelling? And you have to figure that out. So when you think about this day right here in Gdansk, you know, who is my audience? First of all, it's the judges and the people, and the people that are here. What is it that I need them not only to see, but to feel?
Yes.
And then you design, how do I make them feel that? Let's get started on group number 5 in the women's free program. More on that later, right, Mark?
Yes, indeed. A very interesting concept, music choice.
Yeah, very cool. Our first skater represents Finland, Karina Innos.
And as we head into the top 18 skaters after the short program, Karina, one of the first that successfully attempted triple in her short program.
And she will skate the free to Seal Pup by Panu Altio.
Oh, what a delicate movement at the conclusion of the free skate for 17-year-old Karina Innos from Finland. And now we're really heading into a different conversation in regards to this event as Elisa Dry, her coach, greets her off the ice. And it was just a wonderful shot which Karina can hopefully enjoy of her coach in the background, just reliving or sharing that finished position with her.
Yeah, that was so beautiful, and I think it showed her ability, her understanding of the musical moment. Now, while you're trying to jump and gain points, you lose that sense of that moment, but you need to catch it somewhere in the program. Nice triple Lutz, up into the double axel, double loop. Let's start to the program. Here's a triple loop a little bit later on a lean, but she managed to get the free leg back right away. That is under-rotated, both the flip and the loop. In fact, yeah. So we have 3 jumps under-rotated and a double axel on the quarter. Good technique, good power, good air time, but a little slower rotation. There's a knee slide right up into the final spin here.
I really admire, though, as we see Karina working through the side to back within her layback spin, the way in which she recovered from the second element, a fall so early on in the program that could be so easy to derail and showcase disaster further on. She didn't allow it to be the case, and that testament to how well trained she must be.
No, watch this final movement right here. She takes the time because those strings, the cellos were moving. Yeah, it was beautiful. Really, really nice. What I appreciate most about this program is she kept everything together. Even though there might have been a small lean and a takeoff here or there, she kept her body core really strong as she was able to stand up on the elements. Now, they'll need to be a little bit cleaner, but she's a powerful skater, and I think she's sensitive, or at least hears the music. And that's going to, as it gets connected more, this program is only going to get stronger.
Yeah, and Elisa Dry, her coach, such a wonderful skater herself, cajoling and supporting her student as she looks to beat the 78 points she had at the Finnish test skate and the 87 points she had on the Junior Grand Prix last year.
88.59, that is first in the free program for Karina. The total competition score of 132.61. As we see those numbers begin to climb, we move down the start list.
132.61 total points. She is currently in first place.
There's a look at our next competitor representing Bulgaria, Krista Georgieva.
And Krista pioneers herself in 17th place after the short program, much higher than the 30th place that she had in this location at this event a year ago.
She'll need an 87.56 to take the lead as she skates to Nothing Else Matters by Metallica.
Forever just who we are. close, no matter how far. Couldn't be much more from the heart. Forever trusting who we are. No, nothing else matters.
Krista Georgieva representing Bulgaria.
Krista Georgieva, reprezentantka
Such an
Bułgarii.
elegant skater, and for me to, I'm obviously mindful of the fact that she comes into this free skate much higher than the result that she had at this competition last year. So then I'm casting my mind back to her participation in the free skate in 2024, and in that event she didn't include the more difficult triple loops, and also she had lots of downgraded rotation jumps. So whilst there are many of the elements under review now, based on what she did last year, there's definitive progress on the tech score.
Yeah, the skater, is very much like the other we've seen. Are there some technical issues on their amount of rotation? Yes. Is there good technique on the takeoff and the rotation position? Pretty much yes. So, again, these skaters are in a certain stage of development, and it's only going to get better. And they're already well positioned to get these elements clean. They'll need to in order to greatly increase their score.
And it's just retraining or fine tweaking and making minute detailed development to make the jump that has good takeoff have that little bit of extra snap, a little bit of extra pop to facilitate full rotation. And the triple sacco double toe that she did, the fourth element, was indisputable, and that's why that one had no review from the panel.
Yeah, and the panel's pretty, you can really obtain an ability to know something's fishy on that landing. Now, it might be fine, but something's just a little bit hooked versus a clean one. So they'll call the reviews when you see that just little whip of the leg or the landing foot at the last second, and they'll take another look at it. You can't really fool the technical panel anymore. The challenge is, of course, is when they look at it live, then they look at the review, which is a camera angle, which is different from where they are. It could be a slightly different opinion. So that's the problem with the system. It's not perfect, but that's why AI is being looked at.
And for Krista, as her coach Daniela Velishkova analyzes the performance, just for context, that event that she took part in last year here, she scored 64.77 in the free skate. So whilst this is going to struggle to be competitive with that which we have seen thus far, an indication of the progress that she and her coach have made this season.
Yep, and once she takes a look at this report card and takes a look at all the digits that are there, she'll understand, okay, that's a downgrade there, under rotation there. Let's take a look at the video. Okay, I see. Okay, now what did I feel when I see that jump? What did it feel like to me? Because the skater skates by feel. They're not going to skate by sight. I know the skaters look down sometimes.
Yes.
But it's done. What are you going to do about it, right? So,
And the shining light on the score sheet here for Krista is that triple sacco double toe, which has no question mark on it, proving she's very capable of clean triple jumps.
Absolutely. Let's take a look at the free program scores for Krista. 73.61. That is 11th in the free program, and that is because of the under rotations. The total competition score of 118.67. That'll put it currently overall into 8th place.
She's currently in 9th place.
Our next skater represents Czechia, Katarina Hanusova.
And talking of rotation and good jumping quality, Katarina Hanusova has some wonderfully good jumping passes that I hope we will see in this free skate to come.
Skating to Icy Red by Everybody Loves an Outlaw, and Let's Get Loud by Jennifer Lopez.
wanna be. You're a if you thought that I just let this go, did you really just say she didn't mean anything? Oh, I remember those words when I called your soul. Know that you dug your own grave, now lying in. You're so but revenge is a dish best served cold. I see red, got to your
Oh, what a wonderful sit spin to finish the program for Czechia's Katarina Hanasova. Amazing sit side speed of rotation. You can see on the face of Katarina disappointment because the jumps which have the potential for such good creative execution didn't quite materialize with some mistakes made.
What a powerful jumper, powerful skater. Didn't really, for me at least, connect so much to the music because the technical elements were a priority, of course. And she's a good jumper. We'll take a look at some of those elements here. Great lift into the air, good distance as well. Let's see what happens here on the triple flip. Start the program, hands above the head. Tight landing, but a beautiful jump. Take a look at the triple loop here. Straight up on top. Nice flow on that one. It really has the timing down. Looks comfortable to take off. That was a huge triple toe, double toe. That was a beauty. And just primed for a triple toe.
Really like, well, she actually looks up. It makes me think of Lu Chen a little bit, like looking up a little bit, really elongating her neckline here.
Yeah. Unfortunately there, just continue to rotate. Didn't stop the rotation early enough to check out. Here's that final sit spin.
Oh, glad you thought it worthy of the replay.
Well, of course. Read your mind. 8
rotations in the sit side. That 2 features there, then the sit behind, and then the finish.
Yeah.
Good creative execution there.
Let's see, 92.42 personal best from, I believe, last year, might be the year before that. Not sure she's going to reach that score here. PCs are in the low 5s, but the leader right now is also in the low 5s, a little bit higher.
Yeah, we're definitely in the kind of middle of the event, whereby clean skates will have there's a huge swing range for these athletes at present, and how do you make that jump into the consistency where you can deliver a 6 triple program with good grade of execution? And if it was easy, everybody would be doing it.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, we can talk all we want. I mean, we're sitting here in a comfortable, well, cold, but no, in a comfortable.
We're sitting.
We're here in a comfortable room and doing what we love to do, and we're talking about all the things we know about skating. But just remember, this is a very, very difficult sport. It's extraordinary what these young athletes are able to do at their stage and age now compared to past decades. But they cannot be all learned at once, and so it takes time. As Katarina waits for the free program score, and here it is. It's a 87.21. That is second in the free program with a total competition score of 132.36. That will put her into second place overall at the moment. There's a look at your top 5 skaters so far. Our next skater represents Slovenia, Ula Zandakov.
And now we're heading into the top 15 competitors after the short program, and Ula had a wonderful skate in that event yesterday.
16 years old, 15th after the short program as she takes her starting position skating to the soundtrack, The Tearsmith.
We told a lot of stories at Grave. The most well-known story among us was the tale of the Tearsmith. He dressed in shadows. He could fashion crystal tears. Those tears contained burning passions. cry now. It's you really are my tearsmith.
Slovenia's Ula Zadnikar, great short program and a free skate that showcases again further lessons learned from Baku, where she competed and achieved an 80.42 points there. And to me, this again another example of a skater that has amassed the confidence to commit more to the rotation. Only 2 of her triple jumps are under review, unlike the multiple under rotations that were incurred in Baku.
Yeah, this score could be a huge
Leap.
increase from, a huge leap from Baku, that's for sure. She certainly has some nice sensitivity to the music at certain portions of that program. We'll take a look at some of the elements here. She backs up into the triple Lutz. And let's take a look. It is cleaning the system, good. Triple Salchow. Let's do a turn out up into a double toe loop. But she's fighting all the way through, even though there might be a little bobble on the landing. She keeps it going to triple loop all the way, nice, up into a double axel, and says, let's go for another one, and does it.
And you can see her conscientiously working through the tech score, but I also thought that Ula showcased the best components that we've seen thus far. The choreo sequence with the double knee slide had so much speed going into the back spiral, so that will facilitate good components as well. Choreography by my friend Yirana Ipakjan as well. It's a wonderful lady.
Very nice. Very nice. Hopefully we're going to get a reaction in the Kiss and Cry. Yeah. Season's best, 80.42. That's a personal best as well.
That was last week. Baku was last week?
Yep, last week.
So here's a way to add a huge percentage increase.
There it is, season's best, 96.60. And she's looking, is that mine? Is that my score? That is first in the free program. The total competition score, 143.66, as Ula Zadnikar takes the lead.
Ula Zadnikar from Slovenia has earned total 143.66 total points. She's currently in first place.
Now the smile comes out.
Yeah.
Realization, that's great. Good job, good points. Next skater represents Estonia, Marta Helena Prangel.
14th after this short program, she had a fall on the triple loop.
And she's going to look to beat her 87.29 points for her free program from Bangkok.
Zu Asche, zu Staub, dem Licht geraubt, doch noch nicht jetzt. Wunder warten bis zuletzt. Doch noch nicht jetzt. Wunder warten. Doch noch nicht jetzt. Wunder warten bis zuletzt. Es ist nur mein Traum, das Doch dein Blick so klar, erkenne mich, ich bin bereit zu mit dir Staatlichkeit.
Estonia's Marta Helena Prangel completes a free skate, and there will be the constant assessment comparative to last performances. And so when we saw Marta competing in Bangkok in Thailand, she was 19th in that event, and she did 3 triple jumps. Of course, mistakes here made, couple of falls, but she actually rotated 6 triple jumps, fell on 1, and so that, as Stefan Lambiel applauds and runs away, confirmation that a world champion recognizes the progress made, as we do too.
Yeah, and it's funny because, not funny, it's just normal that a skater's feeling of how they did and the reality of how they did and the progress that they're trying to make is sometimes different, because they'll focus on something they didn't like, which could have been the mistakes. See a nice triple left double toe. And so it's hard for them to put things into perspective right at the last moment as they step off the ice. Very difficult. There's the triple lutz a little bit later in the program. Sorry, Mark, go ahead.
Yeah, I was just going to say, because you see Marta looking a little disconsolate because she had the 2 falls. She did not have those falls when she competed in her first assignment, but this time she went for much more, and it's that kind of constant pushing of the barrier. You know, there are positives to be gained, and then in the next event, hopefully, she'll continue to have the commitment to the rotation of all of the triple jumps with the confidence to stick each and every landing.
Well, there's no way around it. If you want to make progress, you're going to need to try to get all those triple jumps in and then add more to the program content and the program components. So you have to face that reality at some point. She did, and she made progress. She may not feel it at the moment, but I think when she takes a look at the sheet, she'll be fine.
And from a presentation perspective, perhaps for Marta, that suffered a little today because she was focusing on getting the triple jumps done.
Exactly,
so
exactly.
Maybe the components a little lower comparative to the previous efforts. And of course, falls will have an impact on the component scores as well. So many variables to contend with.
Exactly. I mean, it's simple to skate clean. Just go really easy.
Yes.
But, you know,
do the single jumps like I do.
Yeah, exactly.
And see your tech score squashed.
And work that pointed toe. See what you can get out of that one. Let's take a look at the free program scores for Marta, 86.54. That is 4th in the free program. She'll gather a total competition score of 136.04. That'll put it for the moment into 2nd place. Progress has been made. Keep going. Don't give up. A lot of work to be done. Our next skater represents Korea, Nayeon Ko.
And that's her 2nd assignment. When we saw Neon in Varese, she had a tough short program, as she did here. But I love this performance when we saw it a few weeks ago in Italy.
Personal best is 145.56, earning that back in 2024. Season's best is just 111, and she will skate just chasing cars by Snow Patrol.
How to say
never said too much, and not enough. If I lay here, if I just lay here, would you lie with me and just forget the world? Forget what we're told before we get too old. Show me a garden that's bursting into life. If I lay here, if I just lay here, would you lie with me and just forget the world?
Korea's Nayeon Ko, and you can see her just limping because this year she suffered fractures in her foot. And as I said in the short program, she couldn't start
Nayeon
jumping
Ko,
until May, and she has to be so
reprezentantka
cautious and so
południowej
careful.
Korei.
And you can see now, that just shows how resilient this skater is. It looks like she can barely skate now, but she's pushed herself to get through that program. So desperately eager to continue in the competitive arena, but I just sincerely hope that she's okay.
You know, last year she was a bronze medalist twice on the Junior Grand Prix. Great skills. You could see them here even with the mistakes that happened, but under duress, really, with injury.
Yeah. And seeing now what's happening, you know, knowing that she's had those fractures, gives you an understanding of why she can't even walk, but that makes us even more amazed at Nayeon Ko and her desire to go out. So many others would, I'm sure, not put themselves through this, but she so wants to compete.
I think something a little bit more happened somewhere in this program, because look at how beautiful that triple toe was. There was no indication there that there was an injury. The triple loop, a little bit of step out there. She got through the short program as well. The triple flip, that was nice. Some of the other elements, the second triple Lutz. This took a hard, right there could have been a hard fall on the hip.
And I think she fell on that.
That too.
In her first assignment, and then the second double axel fall kind of cemented the fact that this one be.
Yeah, might have agitated something.
But I so love the version of chasing cars that she skates to, and I think it suits her so much more so for me than the short program. Oh, is that the hip that they're...
The scores, please.
Yeah.
She's waiting for the scores.
Nayeon uzyskała w programie dowolnym 104 punkty i 8 setnych. I łączny
That's
wynik
first
po
in the free
ukończeniu
program.
konkurencji wynosi 154.
She has a total competition score of 154.19. She takes the lead, and now she'll need to address the injury and find out what happened, what she needs to do.
Hopefully nothing too sinister. Oh, yeah. Hope she's okay. Don't forget your crown.
Yeah. And there's a look at the standings so far after 5 groups. Group number 6 about to take to the ice. 2 more groups left. I mentioned a number of times the depth of technical elements, difficult technical elements that have been delivered on this day is really good.
Well, thank you. Just, Alexandra Delyamur, the Ukrainian skater who is currently 19th place, and I'm pretty sure she had triplets and triple flip, and just indication of the commitment to the technical element score that the skaters have. But now, I don't know, looking through the remaining skaters that are left to compete in this event, if we will see any more than 2 attempting triple axel. However, what we can look forward to enjoying is greater flow, greater glide, and greater musicality, which brings us back to the discussion point that we were having about the musical awareness. And now these kind of factors become a bigger importance when more of the skaters skate cleanly. Who has the greatest appreciation of the musical timing and sensitivity? And that actually brings us to a question, Ted, that I'm going to pose to you again. You have sometimes...
Oh my God, please help me. Someone send him
a question. You have sometimes posed the question or made the statement about the skater needing to further or broaden their range of interpretations. And sometimes you've suggested that perhaps a skater or their team have given music that maybe appears not to be suited to them, but the rationale might be that they were thinking bigger picture, longer term, broadening the horizons of the skater. I completely agree with that sentiment. However, if I am employed to choreograph for somebody, if I'm employed to choreograph for somebody and they bring music, I'm not involved enough in the skater to debate that. However, if the skater's goals competitively should have a big factor in the music choice. If there's a long-term athlete plan, I can understand choosing music that isn't more natural to them in the investment of a greater presentation long-term. But for me, if I'm just thinking the skater comes to me and they want success, then the composition and the presentation components will be higher if it's something that is more natural to them. So what I'm saying is that I'd probably be more inclined to go for what is naturally suited than something that would broaden the range.
Question for me?
What would you... yeah, actually, I was just thinking that. I'm just making a statement and I'm trying to rope you into my statement.
That was a question.
No, I'm just trying to make my bold statement.
No. Okay.
Would you go? When would you choose to give a skater something that... Say we've got a skater who is really jazzy. They're like total, stage show, stagey performer. Really jazz hands, really Chicago-y. When would you deviate from that, or would you ever deviate from that?
Yeah, listen, it's a long time build. I'm going to draw an analogy to a hockey team. I know that's weird, but just hear me out.
I mean, I'm weird.
Okay, teams sort of like in last place, or they're not even making the playoffs, but they have a long-term plan here to draft the right players and to develop those right players. I just need a defenseman. I don't need a star here. I just need a really solid defenseman. I need to build my goalie, and I need to work with my veterans. They have a strategy of how to utilize their people to develop them over the next 3 or 4 years as they climb up the ranks and make the playoffs. Now, it's not unlike that for these coaches that have to work with that. In the end of the day, a skater, if they're going to be successful in their career, because nobody's going to remember early in their career, they're going to remember where they ended up in their career. So as you build that, it's not about the losses, it's about where do you end your career, how far up. So you have to build those types of skills that are absolutely required. And when you take a look at the top skaters in the world and look how close or how tight they are with the music, and one moment they might have a certain style that's best for them, but they need to learn not a wild style that doesn't even match them at all.
Yeah.
But you need to provide them some deviation so they expand the horizon to their feelings, not only to the movement and to the music, but to their emotions. Can they get connected to this tango? Can they get connected to this story? And if you don't present them with that, you're not arming them with enough tools to be successful at the top level. So that is why it's very difficult. You may plan a program that may not fit that skater even at the beginning of the year, but it might at the end of the year. Or it didn't work that year at all, but they did learn some things along the way. It's a difficult call.
Yeah. So I suppose and then coming to my appreciation or realization is that I would now take on board stylistically. I have a style that I gravitate towards when I'm coaching. So stylistically, I would create movement patterns in their skating skills, but then I would emotionally tap into different pieces. So I would have classical style, but I'd tap into different emotions. So I'd take tango, then I'd take waltz, then I'd take blues. A bit like ice dancers, really. Like if you think of Maya Usova and Alexander Julin, they were very classical in style, but they did blues really well as waltz.
Some of the great choreographers have worked with different skaters who aren't going to be classic skaters.
Yeah.
Going to be, take a look at Ilya Valinin. I mean, there is a perfect example. He has pretty much everything you want to do whatever style you want, but he excites the audience. He has his own thing, if you will. So, but I really do believe in the choreographer finding out what is the soul of that person. What do they love? What do they react to? And then trying to mold some experiences along the way that are going to give them the tools, emotionally, connection with the music, choreographically, give them the tools when they get to the Olympic Games or that Olympic year, they have a variety to pick from. And not people going, same old, same old.
Yeah, safe.
Yeah.
We'll see some rousing, emotive Olympic Games performances.
Enough of the discussion and the debate. We have to get on to the competition.
We wish all of these skaters emotionally happy performances at the end of their skates.
Our next skater represents the Netherlands, Luca de Kuysen.
And Luca, so calm, cool and composed off the ice. We saw her in the last ice resurface and she looked incredibly serene. Good way to feel.
She skates the free program to No Time to Die. Mark, when you mentioned before this young woman skated the program, how calm she was backstage when we were back in this, you could see how calm she was when she jumped. Just a matter of fact, there was no question, there was no worry. She just did those elements. Now, I think that obviously there's work to do in connecting to the music a little bit more, and I think the choice of music wasn't bad because it was sort of this one level, so she could get all the technical elements done, collect her points on that side, understand that, okay, I'm not going to collect as many points on the other side, but I know where I'm going to get them. Triple left, triple toe, right there.
Well, it was interesting as we were watching. So here, the triple loop, there was just indisputable confidence about the landing of the jumps. Here, the triple flip, that one a little tighter than the others, but I was watching Luca and thinking, oh, I'd really like to work on her components as we see that lovely double axel, but I know that if the job here was obviously to showcase what she's capable of in practice regarding the TES score. The triple lutz, double axel, double toe, just job done. And as we see the flip now, you don't want to distract with, me honing in and better skating skills at present. That's now a different stage of the development. She has laid down an amazing skate for this athlete. Later, there's work to do. But that was a fabulous example of the collaboration that she has with Yolanda Franken and Thomas Kennis, the coaches, the hard work that has been done, and we are going to see a ginormous score change from the 77 that she had in Ankara.
Exactly. Ginormous.
Ginormous.
Really big.
Humongous.
Yeah, it's large.
Giganda.
Here we go. Watch the reaction. Season's best, 103.05. Still pretty calm. Just a nod in the head. Second in the free program. With a total competition score of 153.30. Very, very talented young skater. Mastered the jumps, no question. Work to be done in other areas. But what a great job.
Really good. Hey, we got a picture with her. We were lucky. And now, the next skater representing Lithuania, Milana Stanevskaya, 11th after the short program, hoping to close in on the top 10. Milana skates her free skate to Romeo and Juliet. Lithuania's Milana Siniavskaya has the Lithuanian flag proudly waved there as we see some of the pair skaters whose jobs are done. And I think Milana had a little bit of emotion exuding her being there at the end of what was a very passionate skate, and now we start to head into the combination of clean skates with stronger program component scores, because that was the most emotive of the skates I believe that we have seen thus far, coupled with some strong technical jumping passes.
There is 4 elements will be under review currently. 2 jumps and 2 spins, so that's still pretty good from a jump perspective.
Oh, you can see what it means as they share a hug. And hopefully now here too, in addition to the jumping passes that we'll see a real investment in the emotional output from Milana.
Triple Lutz start the program. That was nice and tidy.
Oh, lovely.
Triple Salchow up into the double toe double loop, hanging on, and she did quite nicely get the free leg back. Nice extension triple loop there. So how many triple jumps did she do there, Mark?
I think we had 6.
Triple toe up into the double axle, keeps it, straightens that out, cover more ice.
High energy here, change of energy, and you know the track Kissing You, the Desiree track, so popular, so used, and not normally one that you would expect a 14-year-old to be able to commit to. As we see somebody else on the FaceTime, but Milana was engaged and emoted to it, so I wouldn't have necessarily assumed that a skater so young would be able to engage as well as she did, but that she did.
Well, it's extraordinary. We've been talking about how, from a technical perspective, how strong these young skaters have become because they figured it out, how to turn and rotate tight and well. But some of them are also discovering, I need more. If I want to be at the top, I not only have to do the jumps, I'm going to have to connect with music. We're starting to see that, not with all, for sure, but with some.
Yeah, absolutely, and how wonderful to then be entertained by the skaters moving forward.
And they come off the ice after so mature and they have a bunny in their lap.
Yeah.
101. Well, look at that. Look at that reaction. 101.17 season's best. That is 3rd in the free program. She is thrilled with a 151.59, and that puts her overall into 3rd place.
And best kissing crowd reaction of the day.
Yeah, that was
That's
great.
A new award.
2 thumbs up. Yeah.
She's currently in 3rd place.
Outstanding. It doesn't matter where you come from. It matters what you do and the progress that you make. Our next skater represents China, Shiki Gao.
And Shiki Gao, a wonderful skater, beautiful skater. The warm-up for this free skate looked to be challenging for Gao. Looked to be a little uncomfortable on the ice, but hopefully that won't be the case as she takes to her start position.
And she'll skate to Les Miserables.
China's Shiki Gao completes a free skate, and we are not. I'm not aware if there's a definitive injury. As I said, in the warm-up, it looked like Shiki was really uncomfortable attempting some of the jumping passes, and I have to assume that a skater that is as quality as Shiki is, with scores as high as 120 points in a free skate, that she is not in the good health.
She's not 100%. Yeah, exactly. We don't know what, but I would concur that there is something. And, you know, it's the choice. It's interesting. Some people would ask, you know, should she skate? Should she not skate? The skater and the coach take a look, and the medical staff take a look at the situation and say, well, sometimes you have to learn to skate with a little bit of an injury, you compete, because maybe at the end of your career you're at the Olympic Games, you have an injury, you have to learn, how do I cope with that? So in this case, it was a really tough start for Shiki, and she's a really good skater, beautiful skater, but this was a tough day for her because she was not 100%, no question. Whichever way you look at it, she gets that triple flip done. Something wasn't quite right. We don't know what it is, and maybe we're wrong.
But maybe.
Yeah. It was just maybe a bad day, but not 100%, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah. And, you know, the jumping passes just look so cautious and hesitant, but we see here with some of the spin movements or this absolute highlight of the program, Euler and the Ina Bauer and then the spiral to follow, showcasing the range of movement, the class, the refinement that she does have, which have been the undercurrent for the program quality that we've seen of her in the past.
You know, as an athlete, I don't know whether you had to do that or not. I had to skate a national championship with 103 temperature.
Oh, wow.
And I didn't know if I could do it, but when I found that I could do it, I understood that my boundaries are maybe a little bit more than what I thought I had. So sometimes you have to test yourself to find out, can I cope with these things? It's a difficult call. People can criticize it or they can celebrate it. They'll do a variety of different things. This is one very tough skater. And as she took the fall, she knew this was costly from a point perspective, but she's out there. She flew all the way here, and she was going to compete.
Yes, and with that in mind, that showcases bravery, because it's difficult. It's a tough line to argue, as you say, whether rationale behind withdrawing or continuing, but whatever the ideal and the optimal, Shiki Gao has demonstrated bravery by pushing through that performance.
And we've seen her skate numerous times, and we know how good she is, and she's obviously not 100%.
And you know,
or we think she's not. We don't know.
No, but every world champion or star of the skating world has probably been through similar experiences, and if utilized, it can be of benefit mentally.
Exactly. The score is 66.72. That is 23rd in the free program, with a total competition score of 117.69, and that puts Shiki Gao currently in the 16th place.
She's currently in 16th place.
Our next skater represents Canada, Hannah Quinn.
Team Canada out in force to support Hannah. The pair of skaters who have done their work now, choosing to stay and support this 15-year-old.
And she'll skate the free program here to Turndal.
Well,
reprezentantka Kanady.
I was thinking of the adjectives for Hannah Quinn, and one of them was authentic, and she skates with sincerity and honesty, and the reaction at the conclusion of that performance as the fellow Canadian athletes cheer her on only serves to reaffirm that this is a very honest, open human.
Yes. When I saw her in the practice session the other day, she had such joy just to be out here, just to be here. Smiled and enjoyed every moment, no whether it was a good skate or a bad skate, didn't matter, just loved the moment. I spoke to her briefly after that. And I thought, oh, she's new and she's enjoying the moment. We'll see what happens in the competition. That personality is still there. She's loving this moment. And she sort of not laughed at herself, but, with some of those falls, she looked up and sort of smiled over at Paul, I think, a little bit. Said, what was that all about, right? So she's got a wonderful sense of being, her feet firmly planted on the ground. We take a look at some of the elements in the program. Started out great. She has a wonderful movement. Look at that head turning to the right on that landing position. There's the triple flip. Gets that free leg back right away. Not a big jumper. Doesn't have a lot of air time, so it has to be very efficient. And she is early on in the program. You see the triple toe, double toe. A little bit later in the program, there's a triple toe and too far back. Just didn't have the air time and maybe lost a little bit of the strength or energy later in the program, and lost the spin a little bit as well. Just struggling to finish the program, but she had this wonderful smile at the end. And there she is. Yeah. I think a pretty wonderful person.
Yeah, and I don't know the Canadian coaches like you do, but Coach Paul Parkinson, the hug that he gave her off the ice, and the way he's supporting the athlete to, own the moment and celebrate the time here, seems egoless.
Oh, it is. It is. He is really a wonderful coach and a wonderful person. I think he makes a calm, kind environment. At the same time, you have to help your athletes discover how good they can be. So whatever you want to call that, encouraging them, leading them along the way, pushing them, whatever you want to call, you have to help those athletes, and he does that in a good and safe way. So that we have seen for sure. And so you can see her, just charming, totally charming, and a good skater.
And I just keep thinking, for me as a parent, the coach-pupil relationship here, that's what I would want for my child experiencing international travel and representing your nation, somebody that's helping you to laugh and smile and have perspective.
And let's remember, the coaches also learn along the way. They're not going to be perfect in the beginning. Handling situations or saying certain things, technique or the program or whatever the case may be. But as the skaters continue to grow and change, and so do the coaches, learn how to deal with the different personalities. It is a complicated job to coach athletes. And this young man has done a very good job. Hannah Quinn, 86.47. That is ninth in the free program. And has a total competition score with a 139.72 as she wears the wreath of pride.
Yep.
That'll put her 5th overall so far in the competition. What a charmer. Good skater. A couple of mistakes near the end of the program, but a good start. Our next skater represents Japan, born in Nagoya, Kuruko Wada.
An incredible quality of skater in Kaoruko Wada, struggling in the short program. That's the reason that she finds herself low down after that first portion of the competition.
And she'll skate her free program here to Piano Sonata.
Japan's Kaoruko Wada completes her free skate, and I think the reaction to that performance from Kaoruko is partly because she's delivered such brilliance in the past in the Junior Grand Prix, and the opening fall in the triple lutz will have, of course, been difficult to swallow when you know immediately on that first jumping pass that you're unable to replicate the amazing scores that you have achieved previously. But smiles a little bit more to see the crown assigned to her.
You know, searching to get back to where she was, and you know, athletes at the top of the game that have a bit of a dip, either because of an injury or whatever the case may be, to get back to where they felt and what the confidence that they had. It's a bit of another mountain to climb, but that's also part of the journey. As we take a look at some of the elements, you can see that foot just under-rotated on the landing, has to take the fall here. Triple flip, and gets the free leg back just in time up into the triple toe loop, which is under-rotated, quarter on the flip, landing, and under-rotated on the toe loop.
And I think for Kaoruko, as we see this second of the flips, just see there's a question mark over the edge of the takeoff. Should be a backward inside edge, looking like a little bit of a backward outside.
And also, you know, the rotation position is open going up, and then, let's watch this slow, open going up, and then spinning down. That was much better. She had enough time to get the free leg out. But I think the timing of the takeoffs early on in the program, there's triple L's later, that was better. But let's take a look. No, that's clean, that's good. So she got on a little bit better later in the program.
Yeah, and what Kaoruko does have is the skating skill that others haven't had. So she, thus far, showcasing much deeper edge set, much more command and control of the edges. But I think just struggling a little bit. Interestingly, I did see yesterday that there's a crowdfunding created for Kaoruko to support her ambitions and to help her with her training costs. And so that's something that we just have to acknowledge that these athletes are doing, endeavoring to continue getting support to follow their dreams.
Free program score for Kaoruko Wada from Japan, 113.36. That is first in the free program. Total competition score of 166.77 as she takes over the lead. 7 skaters yet to come. Our next skater represents Poland. She had a really strong short program. She is Veronica Furlan.
Yeah, it was amazing for Veronica in the short program yesterday. She was early on in the start order, 7th to skate, and managed to pull off a fantastic result for the Polish women with the 7th place short program.
And she'll love to have another great skate right now in front of her home audience as she skates to Truman Sleeps, Escape by Philip Glass.
Veronica Fairlin representing the home nation to the delight of the audience in Gdansk. And I think for me, when I was watching this program, initially I was making the direct comparison with the skaters that have just competed with the likes of Kaoru Wada and Neon Ko. That said, though, they have so much more experience and have had such greater results. Veronica Fairlin was scoring 71.19 a week ago.
Yeah, she was 23rd in Baku. She finds herself 7th after the short program here in Gdansk, and she went out onto the ice focus, and you're going to see an improvement in her season's best score of a whopping number.
Whopping indeed.
I was thinking of a British term, but I can find one.
I'm going to try and do a calculation for what I think we're going to see in terms of the percentage increase of score. Just amazing.
There's the triple flip to start the program, into the double toe, double loop. She was really focused, and even though there were some little mistakes here and there, another triple flip, beautiful, great height all the way around. Only one review out of 11 elements. That says a lot about the clarity of the jumps. Double axel a little bit later in the program. That was nice. That was right near the end. There's that sliding movement. Always risky, but she gets it done. In the end spin, blind change combination spin at level 4. And she has all the elements are in the plus GOE, so she's adding points to the base value because of the quality of what she did here in this program. Only one of the elements were in the minuses. So great base value, really strong GOEs, and I think her 71.19 will now disappear. Even her 77 personal best, it's a 96.84.
It's more than 30% higher than last week.
Yeah, season's best, personal best, big score here, 150.76, and her mind is like blowing. And she looks at the big numbers, and she takes over 5th place.
And you know, her previous PB comes from 2021.
Yeah.
So how wonderful to see.
That is fantastic. Look at the smile on her face. She'll be wearing that all night long, that's for sure.
Deservedly so.
Yeah, absolutely. As we take a look at the standings so far, after 6 groups, the final group of 7 coming up after the ice resurfacing. Mark, what do we have in the video playback for this?
Well, the final ice resurface of the day, and we will see our must-watch moments from the Baku, Azerbaijan Junior Grand Prix last week, and then to the interview of the winner in the first week in Riga, Mei Okada from Japan.
Hope you enjoy the video playback. We'll be back right after this.
Here are Mark and Ted's must-watch moments from the 5th stage of the Junior Grand Prix in Baku, Azerbaijan. In the women's event, Korea's Yoo-sung Kim came into this event following disappointment in her first Junior Grand Prix assignment where she finished in 5th place, but here she took gold and now puts herself in contention for her 3rd repeat as a Junior Grand Prix finalist. What about the men's, Ted?
Well, thanks, Mark. In the men's event, Minku Seo of Korea wins his 2nd Junior Grand Prix event, skating to Genesis Symphony Part 3 by Muse. He won both the short and free. He fell in the quad sow in the free program, but cleaned the rest of the way. A smooth, wonderful, beautiful skater. Mark, what about the ice dance?
The ice dance must-watch moment goes to France's Ombre Perrier Giannassini and Samuel Blank-Klapperman. They were the favourites coming into this event and they absolutely delivered, and now they're likely to have secured their place in Nagoya, Japan at the Junior Grand Prix final.
My extra must-watch moment from Baku, Sofia Nekrasova from Estonia. She skated a snowstorm number 4 Romance. Sophisticated and charming, and she has a very, very bright future.
My must-watch moment goes to Belgium's Denis Kruvlov. His achievement in winning a silver medal in Baku is the first time that a Belgian man has won a Junior Grand Prix medal in almost a quarter of a century. His skating was quality, as were his jumps, and I can't wait to see him compete again in 2 weeks' time in Abu Dhabi. So, Mei Okada, omedetou gozaimasu. Congratulations, you've won this event. Now, last year on the Junior Grand Prix, you had 2 bronze medals and narrowly missed out on making the Junior Grand Prix final. Has that been your motivation for this season?
去年両方とも3位という結果で
ファイナルまであと少しというところで、悔しかったんですけど、今年はファイナルに行くことが目標で、しかもファイナルが地元開催ということで、さらに行きたいっていう気持ちが強くなって、それで、目標にして今まで頑張ってきて、その結果が今回出たのですごく嬉しいです。
Now, May, I learned that your mother was inspired by Mao Asada, and that's one of the reasons that she encouraged you to become an ice skater. You come from one of the strongest skating nations. Is it Mao Asada who's your inspiration, or is there another Japanese skater, or indeed any other that's a big inspiration to you?
浅田真央選手は自分が目標としている選手ですし、浅田真央さんみたいに私もトリプルアクセルが飛べるようになりたいと思っていて、他にも今一番身近にいる憧れの選手は、同じクラブで練習している大場雅選手です。
Well, we look forward to seeing you hopefully again on the Junior Grand Prix, and ganbatte kudasai.
Thank you.
Zapraszamy na rozgrzewkę ostatnią grupę zawodniczek. The following skaters may now take the ice for the warm-up. From the United States of America, Kaya Tiernan. From the United States of America, Sophie Jolene von Felten. From Switzerland, Elizabeth Lieber. From the Republic of Korea, Yulia Kim. From Japan, Sumika Kanazawa. From Slovakia, Alica Niedzielova.
Hello, everyone. Welcome back to Gdansk, the final group of women on day number 2, the final event. This is going to be so interesting, Mark, to see who emerges on top, who earns the points and the podium medals, prize money as well.
Yes, and as we watch Sophie Jolene von Felten, she adds a dynamic to this competition that is different to the others. So we will see, hopefully, triple axels, maybe quadruple jumps within this group of 6 women, but we will also be guaranteed to see quality skating skills and artistic interpretation of a higher degree than anything that we've seen thus far in the event.
Well, it is going to be interesting, always is, and of course this is the second to last event, so there are skaters at home watching this event to find out the points, who they're going to, and what effect it has on them. And some of the, as you take a look at the standings.
I'm trying to quickly get the standings up.
Well, it's okay, no rush. Slow down here, boy. Whoa.
Oh, yeah. Just trying to ascertain which of the skaters find themselves in contention. Certainly Sophie Jolene von Felten with a bronze medal. That's 11 points on the standings, but the same is the case for Elizabeth de Bern from Switzerland. However, Yuje Kim has a greater chance. She finding herself higher ranked after the short program, but she also has 13 points from Ankara. But the most successful of them all on the Grand Prix thus far, Sumika Kanazawa from Japan, 15 points following the win that she gained with the gold medal she achieved in Varese in Italy. Elisa Lenyalova, the leader, who was so glorious in the short program, less, in contention we would assume, but she a history maker by becoming the first Slovakian woman to win a section of the competition after that fantastic short program.
This is a big moment for skaters who are skating in Slovakia, and for her. I mean, when do you ever experience being in the lead after the short program? Because she's never been there on the Junior Grand Prix. So this is a new experience, and you need those experiences because you wonder, can I win? Can I not win? Should I win? Your mind goes everywhere instead of the focus. Now, mind you, she's got a good coaching staff, experience, and we'll see whether they can get her focused on the task at hand, which is her program, skating last.
Yeah, and it's always wonderful to see different representation and to see a Slovakian lead the field in a Grand Prix that has been so largely governed over the last Olympic cycle by Japanese and Korean skaters, and so that in itself a wonderful achievement to take away. And there we see Yuje Kim, she and her twin sister consecutively taking it in turns to represent their nation across the globe on the Junior Grand Prix.
I mean, essentially, this isn't always true because it depends on how everyone skates, but you need to deliver a clean program to be able to get off the ice going, I did everything that I can do, the rest is up to them. And that's so important, and that is the goal, and it's always elusive. Although these skaters are so good, and we talked about the depth of technical, difficult jumps being performed in this competition at least, it's just amazing how it has increased because the skaters and coaches are more efficient with the takeoffs, more efficient with the rotation, and better at checking out those jumps. So, but under pressure, things can change. And if you skate a clean program, you've done everything you can do. That's all you can do, all you can ask of yourself at this moment.
And it begs the question with so many of the women that have competed thus far already. Wow, dear for Sumika Kanazawa, struggling there. So many of the women already showcasing triple lutz and many also triple triples. Then it begs the question, do the skaters that aspire to be medal contenders need to focus upon increased technical difficulty? That we will see. Sophie Jolene von Felten, as I mentioned, Yuje Kim, they have triple axels in their competitive repertoire technically, but will it be instead the likes of Elisa Lengyulova, who was so glorious in her components, and Sumika Kanazawa, who are the top two after the short program, who will take the lead dependent upon the strength of their second mark.
But the key for all of these skaters, and in this competition, is your mind.
Yeah.
Because you know these skaters can do the elements. This is not an issue. No one debates any of that. It's can you produce it in this moment, in this environment, and shut out the clutter, shut down the noise, and focus on your task at hand calmly.
And
that's hard.
That is so challenging, and it's interesting to have watched Sumika Kanazawa on screen there repeatedly going through her triple and the way in which she accepted the fall on the first jumping pass, and then a little connection with her coach, and immediately resuming practice to showcase a much better version. And I think one of the factors which has really aided the dominance of the Korean and the Japanese skaters over the past few seasons is because of the training time and the volume of training that they do, and certainly being on site, on location at these events, we can confirm that the volume of repetition that they give is greater than the others. Certainly on site.
Yeah, no question.
And I suspect in practice
no
at
question.
home.
The training is there, it's just ingrained, and it's so unusual to see mistakes, right? But here we go, the final group, and this is what makes this sport so exciting, is the moment is now. Our first skater represents the United States of America, Kaya Tiernan.
Kaya had a fantastic short program, perhaps surprising many to find herself in this top group. But she utterly deserves to be here following that wonderful performance yesterday, hoping for the same in her free skate.
And she'll skate her free program to Gladiator.
Kaya Tiernan opens the final group in the women's free skate in Gdansk at the Solidarity Cup, and as I say, she was the kind of final competitor from America, 12th at that US Junior Women's Junior Grand Prix selection competition, and making it here to the top group. And as I mentioned in the short program, the history of this skater with her mother, who was a 3-time Olympian in women's senior figure skating. I wonder, love to know from her mom, if she's more proud now of seeing her daughter out there skating, representing America on the international scene than anything that she achieved. I'm sure she's just beyond proud.
You know, you never know the twists and turns of life and where things are going to take you. And would she have expected herself to be in this position, you know, in her first time out in the Junior Grand Prix? A wonderful experience, lots to be learned here as we see nice triple lutz to open the program. And the triple loop, good flow in the landing there. Good speed coming up in that triple lutz, reloads up into the double axel, and sets herself up for the second one. There's only 3 elements under review, so that is good news from the technical panel. And 2 of those, or 1 of those is a spin, 2 are jump sequences, and we'll take a look. Yeah, so it's good. It's just the quarter on the triple toe in which she took a fall, but other than that, everything's nice and tidy.
And what was so impressive as her coach Alex joins her is that the fall on the triple toe didn't deter Kaya. She came back with a triple salto, didn't let her derail her. And I imagine that for Kaya, the experience of being on the practice ice with the likes of the skaters that have that increased experience will have been so beneficial, and everything that her coach and her mom will say will be, you know, corroborated by what she sees.
And you won't
here.
know what she has learned from this competition and this experience, and she can say, oh, this is so much fun, this was great, I really enjoyed it, but how much you learn from this until later. You don't know. You know, you change anything when you go back home. I don't mean program, but you change how you see things, or you know, how you train or whatever. And is there a new desire to come back on this and improve that much more? Do you believe in yourself more? What are the things, what are the benefits that you gain from this type of experience?
And you know, when you've got a great coaching staff that say great things, a mother that's experienced it themselves, she's bound to have been, you know, in this world a great skater. But now this is a very personal experience that Kaya has given herself.
Kind of just thinking about things and the kiss and cry and wondering. Let's take a look at the scores. 108.19, that's second in the 3 program. Now we see a smile. That's good. With a total competition score of 165.24, and that'll put Kaya Tiernan from the United States overall in a second place.
Well done, team.
5 skaters to come.
She's currently in the second place.
Well, there is our next skater. She also represents the United States of America, Sophie Jolene von Felten. She's such a strong technical skater. She has the quad, the triple axel. We'll see what materializes in this program. She's 5th after the short program.
Really hoping Sophie can deliver the triple axel and the quadruples that we know she is capable of, needing them now to climb up onto the podium.
And she'll skate to Frida.
America's Sophie Jolene von Belton. And it seems to me, as Caleb Barrington cheers her on in the audience, that Sophie has absolutely utilised the less than optimal results she had in the short program to her great benefit. She had a great short program in her first Junior Grand Prix, but struggled through the free skate. This, the reverse of that, and she has done all she can with those amazing triple axels and that quad salco attempt.
She's always possessed that content, but has been, it's difficult to deliver all of that. But her experiences with the Junior Grand Prix last season and this season, and she was really focused here, really focused on getting those elements done. And as they started to materialize, we saw her loosen up a little bit and enjoy the connection with the music a bit more. There's the quad sal, watch the fight, get that free leg back beautifully. Triple axel, nice.
Just, cannot underestimate how amazing those technical elements are. 2 triple axels, 1 fully rotated quadruple salco, just huge boost to the tech score as we see some of what are Sophie's easier elements, triple lutz, double axel, that in itself, even though it's relatively easy for her as a skater, that's still 13.5 points of value on her tech score too.
That's the only element there, the second triple lutz, where she had a step out that had a flaw, but the rest of that was beautifully performed. My gosh, she's set the bar quite high here. Her personal best is 130, and she's probably going to top that score here.
Still skating skills, the program good. She's got a wonderful relationship with Adam Sawyer, her great choreographer. Still skating skills, would love to just work on those back crossovers and the refinement of that, but you can't have it all. If you've got 2 triple axels and a quad.
We talked about building in phases. She's got the technical, she's starting to work on the performance as well. We saw moments where she tilted her head and felt the music, got back to work technically. She's on her way to becoming an all-round top skater for sure. A ways to go, but she's on her way. Let's take a look at the scores in the free program. She waits anxiously for that 132.43 new season's best. I think she's wanting more, but she's going, okay, I'll accept that. That's first in the free program, of course. The total competition score of 190.67. She takes over the lead. That's going to be a tough score to beat. But we'll see.
She's currently in first place.
Certainly, she did her job.
She did. Our next skater represents Switzerland, Elizabeth de Bern.
And from one bronze medalist in the Junior Grand Prix to another. First Swiss woman to medal at the Junior Grand Prix in 24 years, Elizabeth de Bern. How will she cope with points that she has just heard, knowing that quadruple jumps have been achieved, something she does not possess?
Skating the free program to the soundtrack of Handmaiden. Well, Mark, another brilliant program, clean program by Elizabeth de Bern from Switzerland. Not only technically, but she connects with the music and she moves across the ice effortlessly.
Yeah, and just so fascinating to make the direct comparison between Elizabeth de Bern's performance and that of Sophie Jolene van Velten. And she too gets very excited to have the feather crown from Face with No Name, I think is the handle. But irrespective, more importantly, this deserving a kneel from coach Lorenzo Magri. Just so incredible that Elizabeth de Bern proving that the bronze medal that she achieved 5 weeks ago, no fluke, and indeed this performance even better than that.
Well, this is the best I've seen her skate.
And she had a little mistake. I think she popped the axle in Riga 5 weeks ago, but otherwise clean. But not just getting all the jumps done, but grades of execution improved, and composition and presentation also now improved from that from which she achieved in Riga.
I think she has 7 points on the GOE added to her base value already, so that is a great indication of the quality of this young woman's skating, jumping, and technical element passes. As we take a look at that second triple Lutz, up into a double axel, double loop.
And every nuance of the landing positions, refinement. This was a little sketchy. The Bierman here just trying to make sure she gets 2 rotations, and actually she's dropped a couple of levels there. But for Elizabeth de Bern, she's going up against a skater who's just done 2 triple axels and a quad. So it's going to be very hard to compete against that. However, she and the coaching staff that are all behind her, Linda, Sindra and Lorenzo, will be so proud of what she has showcased, because if she can continue to improve like this every 5 weeks, then she'll be a contender at Junior Worlds.
Yeah, her jumping passes are so much better. She's patient with the toe takeoffs, gets down low in the knee, gets great air time. Let's take a look at the free program score. Season's best, 125.42. Great expression there. That's second, of course, in the free program with a total competition score of 187.93, and that puts her into second place. And she goes, okay, that's pretty good. Let's talk about it.
She's fun.
Yeah, she's really fun.
Like her.
Yeah, she's great. Oh, Charlie. Super. 3 more skaters to come.
Wow.
And the plot thickens. Our next skater represents Korea. Born in Seoul, Yoo-jae Kim.
I saw such improvement from this skater too in practice and in warm-ups at this event, hoping she can replicate that in performance when it counts.
Skating to Lord of the Rings. Well, Mark, it only gets better. Another clean, inspiring, beautiful program.
And that from Yuji Kim, more reflective of what we saw in practice. There was increased freedom and less tentative skating than we saw in their short program, which held her back. And now is this the combination between Elizabeth de Bern and Sophie Jolene von Felten that will take the lead, because she had the triple axel and she has a better program component score than Sophie, so could be a best yet. And I'm now just thinking for Yuji Kim, for her, she picks up her flower crown. Is she going to finally get a ticket to the Junior Grand Prix final? Her sister Yusong Kim, who won last week in Baku, is normally the one that gets a ticket to the final. Can now the sisters swap and change? Oh, amazing. Just wonderful skates from these young women.
Yeah, it's so inspiring. They know the moment is now because they don't have a second chance here. As we take a look at the triple axel, let's take a look at the landing. It's clean in the system. There we go. Beautiful speed throughout this program. Look at this flow between the triple left, triple toe loop. She kept that momentum going all on one foot. There's the triple flip.
And it was just so composed as opposed to the short program.
No hesitation. And the speed at the end of the program was remarkable, the way she covered the ice. So she was fueled by the excitement of a clean program, and she could feel it.
Just wondering about the Bielman. That seemed to plague Elizabeth de Bern a little bit, the final spin position. But you know, I'm just so pleased that what we saw in practice was replicated. And now, could she be heading for a new personal best? She has her ISU PB from Ankara en route to the silver medal there. And her sister's currently third in the standings with 22 points. Yuji Kim oust her sister from the final. We'll see what happens. Oh, I don't want to even tally that maths yet.
Well,
we just celebrate Yuji.
So
sorry.
Let's take a look at the free program score. Hands clasped. 137.17, the season's best. That is first.
Yay.
Well, fist bump. Total score 199.86 as UJ Kim takes the lead.
So
Two skaters
close
to come.
to
She's on the podium. On the podium. What color will the medal be? Now the pressure is passed to this young woman. Second place after the short program, Sumika Kanazawa.
In the short program, Sumika was the skater who raised her game from practice. Let's hope she can do the same in the free skate.
Personal best is 120.40. She prepares this herself for the free program, which she'll skate to Peter Pan.
Japan's Sumika Kanazawa, she is the youngest woman in this final flight of 6 skaters, and that a really remarkable skate because she did not let anything go. She fought hard, and I think to me it was perhaps evident that she had to cling on as Kaoruko Wada supports her at ringside. She had to fight for everything. There wasn't the freedom and the abandon that we saw in her first assignment, but I was impressed by the way she tackled everything.
No, absolutely, for sure. And I think that she had not been in that position before where she has, she has the lead, but she's seen or heard these scores coming up. And how do you defend it? Well, you only defend it by skating clean, but you're a little bit tight. She fought all the way through that. And although she did everything, it wasn't to the quality that we've seen in the past. Not really a low quality at all. Still very good, but maybe not her very, very best.
To be honest, it's startling that she clung on to everything the way she did. She's obviously a competitor. That was a competitive spirit for the triple toe in the end of that less than stellar triple loops.
The triple loop was nice, and there's the triple flip a little bit later with that foot touching the ice. Just losing a little bit of GOE on the score, then fighting through that landing up into the double axel. And here, second triple Lutz forward on the toe pick. Not a lot of speed, but she somehow turns out those 2 double toe loops.
And what a treat we have had in this final group to be able to, debate Sumika Kanazawa continuing to lead the field at this stage. We've been treated to so many great skates, but she's a delight. Irrespective of the result here, she's a real character that I enjoy seeing, and she's obviously got fans because she continues to have cuddly toys with the costume of her free skate. Tinkerbell the cuddly.
Now she waits for those numbers, and
needs
personal best is 120.40. Go ahead, Mark.
Well, she needs a 126.42,
and this is a 124.15. That is 4th in the free program. That's a season's best, but total competition score is 188.41, and that'll put her in 3rd place with 1 skater to go. So will she stay on the podium, or will she drop off? As we take a look at Yu-Jae Kim, Sophie Jolene Van Pelten, Sumika Kanazawa. Wow.
What a competition.
It comes down to this. This is awesome. Nerve-wracking. Our next skater representing Slovakia, Elisa Legalova.
And Elisa making history, as we said, for Slovakia with the win in the short program. But she will have never found herself in this kind of situation in a Junior Grand Prix.
And she will skate the free program, skating last to My Way. Well, Mark, I think this is probably the strongest women's final Junior Grand Prix of the season, no doubt, maybe of the last few years.
Just incredible, and my respect for Elisa Lengyelova and her ability to produce like that at 10:15 at night, as she has led overnight a field, you know, following the history-making short program that she had. Just so incredible, so admirable, because it would have been well within her understanding for a skater without this kind of experience to have crumbled, and I think instead of crumbling, she has thrived.
And not only skating well or perfectly technically for herself, but she had emotion, she had choreography and the feeling and the connection to the music. She had it all. She didn't back down. She's 14 years old.
And beautiful movement. What fascinates me is that she had that double lutz as part of the planned program content intentionally. She did that in her first Junior Grand Prix as well, but I like that the team, as we see this huge triple flip double toe, didn't change the plan despite what happened in the short program. Gorgeous softness in the triple loop, straight into transitional content. That was impressive. And, you know, we saw her make mistakes on these jumps in the later stage of the competition when she competed last week. Not so when the pressure was greater now.
She carried great flow throughout the program, and I think it actually picked up energy and momentum later on. She never budged from her mission, from the first note to the last. Really a beautiful performance and show of strength. 14 years old, she's led for the first time in her life coming in the Junior Grand Prix final. She was hunted down, but she fought back in her free program with a clean skate.
And I'm sure her sister Olivia, who we've seen in the Junior Grand Prix, will be so proud, as will the family. And now, can she make history? No Slovakian woman has earned a medal in the IJS era before.
Free program score, 126.76. That's the season's best. It's third in the free program. And total competition score, 191.53. She will take the silver. As she just discovered.
She looks shocked.
The first medal for Slovakia
in the women's event.
And there we see, and Sophie Jolene von Felten grabs the bronze medal, is still in contention for the final. Wow.
This is where the maths get really tricky, because now ties will happen, but
yeah, exactly.
What we did have was some wonderful skating.
Yeah. The best Junior Grand Prix women's final free program that I have seen, certainly this year, probably in the last 5 years.
Yeah.
Because so many skated so well, even early on in the event.
Yeah, really exciting, and just, you know, as is always the case, but such gratitude for all those involved and the amount of work that's gone into that caliber of competition.
That is fantastic. Well, tomorrow we will start at noon here, local time in Gdansk, with the free dance. That'll be followed by the men's free. You can stay on to watch the medal presentations coming up shortly. We'll stop the coverage, slow our coverage down anyways, for all of us here at the ISU, for all the volunteers, the coaches, and the parents, and the local organizing committee. We thank them for all the hard work they do. For all of us here at the ISU, I'm Ted Barton, along with Mark Hanready. Thank you for watching. We hope you join us tomorrow. Good night, everyone.
Bezpiecznie musicie uważać, nie? Bo ręce wykręca.
Thank you.
ręką tu od spodu. Ręką drugą od spodu złap. Ustawiamy tu. No i palce. Dobra, no palce. Jednak lepo doświadczenia.
ISU Junior Grand Prix of Figure Skating Solidarity Cup 2025, Victory Ceremony, Junior Women. Third and winner of the bronze medal. Trzecie miejsce i zdobywczyni brązowego medalu. From the United States of America, Sophie Jolaine von Feltel. Drugie miejsce i zdobywczyni srebrnego medalu, reprezentantka Słowacji. Second and winner of the silver medal, from Slovakia, Alica Lengielowa. Pierwsze miejsce i zdobywczyni złotego medalu, reprezentantka Korei Południowej. First and winner of the gold medal, from the Republic of Korea, Yoo-Ye Kim. Powitajmy wiceprezes Polskiego Związku Łyżwiarstwa Figurowego, panią Agnieszkę Filipowicz. Będzie wręczała medale. Please welcome the Vice President of Polish Figure Skating Association, Ms. Agnieszka Filipowicz. She will award the medals. Powitajmy sekretarza generalnego Polskiego Związku Łyżwiarstwa Figurowego, pana Jakuba Wójcika. Będzie on wręczał kwiaty. Please welcome the General Secretary of the Polish Figure Skating Association, Mr. Jakub Wójcik. He will award the flowers. Szanowni Państwo, jeśli to możliwe, prosimy o powstanie do hymnu narodowego zwyciężczyni. Ladies and gentlemen, if you can, please stand for the national anthem of the winner. Szanowni Państwo, to są Wasze zwyciężczynie. Ladies and gentlemen, these are your medalists.
Sun get in the wind, listen to the thunder rolling over and over. We
ISU Junior Grand Prix of Figure Skating Solidarity Cup 2025 Victory Ceremony Junior Pairs. Trzecie miejsce i zdobywcy brązowego medalu, reprezentanci Chin. Third and winners of the bronze medal from China, Yushuan Chen and Yi Bodong. Drugie miejsce i zdobywcy srebrnego medalu, reprezentanci Kanady. Second and winners of the silver medal from Canada, Jasmine de Rocher and Kieran Thrasher. Pierwsze miejsce i zdobywcy złotego medalu, reprezentanci Chin. First and winners of the gold medal from China, Shuan Qizhang and Wenchen Feng. Powitajmy wiceprezes Polskiego Związku Łyżwiarstwa Figurowego, panią Agnieszkę Filipowicz. Będzie ona wręczała medale. Please welcome the Vice President of Polish Figure Skating Association, Ms. Agnieszka Filipowicz. She will award the medals. Powitajmy sekretarza generalnego Polskiego Związku Łyżwiarstwa Figurowego, pana Jakuba Wójcika. Będzie on wręczał kwiaty. Please welcome the General Secretary of the Polish Figure Skating Association, Mr. Jakub Wójcik. He will award the flowers. Szanowni Państwo, Jeżeli to możliwe, prosimy o powstanie do hymnu narodowego zwycięzców. Ladies and gentlemen, if you can, please stand for the national anthem of the winners. Szanowni Państwo, to są Wasi medaliści. Ladies and gentlemen, these are your medalists.